In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Unmute your mic, asshole. Sorry, that's my fault. Welcome to the show. I'm Aaron. Oh, my God, he's back. Johnny's here this morning. Welcome back, Johnny. I can't believe that Johnny came back today after I abused him, butchered him, sold him down the river, and made him cry.
Wait, you did all that?
Yeah, I'm just reading the comment section.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just checking the comments from yesterday's show. I actually text Johnny yesterday because even though if you read comments, you're just going to see the most retarded shit you've ever seen. You know it's retarded.
Right.
But sometimes you'll still be like, you know what? This is dumb.
We'll check into this.
This is retarded. I'm gonna take a look. And I text Johnny before the evening show. I'm like, I'm about to go on. And I'm about to talk about all this. I didn't make you cry yesterday, did I? And he's like, no. No, you did. In fact,
yesterday was entirely me coming to a realization live on air and being very, very upset about it. Was all it was.
And now, and it begs the question, you know, more than anything else, I think the thing we need to clear up the most about yesterday, if we're going to be serious for a moment before the show starts, I think what we're all, you know, what everybody needs addressed is, you know, why didn't you vote? I'm just kidding. Oh, no, I blew snot on myself. Oh, I don't have any tissues over here. God damn it.
Use them all for the juice.
I giggled.
Can you throw your camera up when you have a second, just so I'm not staring at it.
Did I not start the camera? I made it a point to start the camera before the show. Apparently not. Give me a sec. I need to go off frame for a second. I snorted when I laughed, and I have a little boogie on my nose. Hold on.
But yes, I apologize to the people I needed to apologize to. But yesterday was literally, we were all joking around, and then someone said something that made me go off on a rant that put me in a tangent that literally I had a realization live on air, and it was something as I was trying to say the phrase, if my condition had been properly managed, if I had had continual medical coverage, you know, when it first started, and we hadn't effed up, 10 years of my life going on and off insurance, I wouldn't be in the very dire situation I'm in now. But
and I told people yesterday, I said, because they're like, well, if you didn't make him cry, what happened? I'm like, what? And this is the shitty part of last night's show where I'm like, well, that's not my fucking story to tell. Like, it's not for me.
I did all that on my show.
Like, you sound super guilty when people are like, you made Johnny cry. And I'm like, I know for a fact I didn't make Johnny cry. And they're like, oh, yeah, how? And you have to go, I can't tell you. And you're just like, well, that'll do. Owned him. Got him. But
I apologize. It's simply talking a lot about it and in detail about it is one of those things where, I don't know, superstitious or not, I'm not trying to will it into existence since I'm trying to avoid it.
Willing who into existence?
Willing the the bad condition I'm concerned about into existence.
Oh.
I'm literally not telling people like the whole thing. Like I'll tell people what's going on. Like my health shit is not in a good place and I'm doing the best I can with it. But I'm not being very specific with people because I'm like, if I keep telling people specifically what the situation exactly is and where it could go, I'm worried that'll make it more of a thing. So I tell people that need to know in case that happens. But other than that, I'm trying to avoid it and doing my best to, I guess in your phrase, I'm trying to be positive and just move forward.
Be positive. That's what we're trying to say. So yeah, it's that was what happened yesterday. Coltrane is already saying, yeah, let's rehash what made him cry. Well, we have to. I mean, it's not like you can just come on and do a show and not talk about it.
We can't just ignore the
Yeah.
elephant in the room that is the guy that blubbered like a bitch and ran off
Yeah.
yesterday.
Triple N says you killed the vibe, cuh.
That I did.
Johnny,
That I did.
yeah, and then Johnny sends me a text 2 minutes after he leaves the show, and I look at it and I'm like, well, I can't read any of that.
Yep.
I'm just
Well,
like,
I just wanted him to know exactly what was going on, and I was still so worked up, I couldn't even type it properly. It came out really jumbled.
I got it. I understood it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why you needed to write "and fuck veterans" at the end, but that, look.
Like I said, when hurt people. When you're in a bad place, that's what happens.
As if they haven't been hurt enough. Can I show you a Twitter post, a tweet from Malcolm X? Sure. Malcolm X on Twitter. I thought this was really, really good. Here we go. He posted the clip of Stalin 19 that he put up, showing the clip and everything. He says, the story Johnny tells about being mistaken for a veteran and having people bring him food, but when he tells them he isn't a veteran, he's just crippled, they take away the free food, is definitely not funny.
No, it's hilarious.
That's we were talking about that on last night's show too, and we were like, what a fucking asshole move. Like, it's not like just because he's not a veteran doesn't mean he's like the reason you gave him the food doesn't exist. Like, he's still clearly going
technically
through a
they
tough
never
time.
said the food is for you, here, have this. But I mean, it did seem like they brought the food over with that intention.
Right. Well, oh yeah, that's another thing you have to consider. Was that maybe an order for someone else and they just came over to talk to you first?
Maybe I'm misreading this whole situation.
It would have been funny if you would have said, I'm not a veteran, and they walked away and you're like, oh, whoa, 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 you can still, hey, come back here. We can still do the food. You can still give me I'm still not
well, the thing
in
is,
the
too,
best
is
of
it's
places.
not like I was hungry. I wasn't hungry. I showed up ready to DJ all night. Didn't really want to scarf down a burger.
It would have been funny if they all helped you with your equipment, and then you said, oh, thanks. And they're like, well, thank you for your service. And you're like, I'm not a veteran. And they grabbed all your equipment and just threw it back outside.
It would have been funnier if they left the food and started talking to me and I started eating it, and then they found out I'm not a veteran, and then they took it anyway.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I didn't even serve.
Someone punches me in the stomach to get that part out, too. Oh, come on.
They just beat the shit out of you like Matt Damon and Edward Norton in Rounders.
This beef's for heroes.
We don't bring in this frozen Appert's deep fried food for, civilians.
I will say this. I don't know who catered it or whatever, but it did look fancy. It was certainly a lot better than like bar affair. But yeah, it was kind of nice.
This is a fancy restaurant. By the way, people in the chat saying, hey, this Bonhoeffer movie looks good. Dude, this is a thing on Rumble. I just keep getting notifications on this.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. Have you seen the preview for Bonhoeffer?
We're gonna watch it here in a second because I've not seen it yet, and people are telling me that every day on Rumble, this Bonhoeffer movie ad plays. It's a Nazi movie, and it plays on our channel before the show, and they swear to God no other channel they watch on Rumble has this Nazi Bonhoeffer ad before it. That this is exclusively a steel-toe joint. And yikes. So what before we watch Bonhoeffer here, and we got a couple other clips, dude. We're going to I'm just going to do a daily view check-in at the beginning of the show and then be done. Apparently Mayor Eric Adams went on there and set them all straight.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And then we have Bill Maher's new rules shitting all over the Democrats. We're going to play that. And then I know we played it last night, but I wanted you to see it. Cenk Uygur went on Piers Morgan's show and just started taunting and making fun of a Democratic pollster professor who got the election wrong. And they had such a fun little bitch fight. Actually, you're going to love Cenk in this clip. Cenk fucking rules. We also have news that, speaking of Cenk Uygur, his nephew, Hassan Piker, apparently went to a brothel that got busted. He didn't get busted. He wasn't there when it got busted, but a brothel he's been to got busted for human trafficking. That was kind of a wild story that got reported yesterday. But before we get into any of that, I'm just going to let you know one time this hour. And thank you very much for your donations and keeping this show afloat and keeping us going. 345 is the number today. The evening show people got you $5 in. We appreciate that. Yeah, then yesterday I go, hey, anything we go over on the goal goes to Johnny. And then we barely knocked out the goal and didn't go over at all. And I'm just like, I thought we were going to rally up there. So
all right, then.
They said, nope. Basically, when I asked everybody why, I'm like, why won't you show Johnny, a little love? And they said, well, he didn't vote.
He killed the mood.
It was the voting thing. So 345 is our number today. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Throw in your super chats. Throw in your Rumble rants. We appreciate all of it. Thank you very much. And let's see it. Look, get under 300 by 7 o'clock. We're not going to talk about it. Get under 200 by 8 o'clock. We're not going to talk about it. Get under 100 by 9. You know how it goes. Everybody throw in a few bucks. Somebody left a comment on. I love it when people leave a comment trying to be a smartass or like a hater or whatever. And then you legit answer them and they have to go, oh, okay. And they go, Aaron, how much would if each of your regulars, let's say you have, because we have like 15,000 unique viewers every month on YouTube, and then we have 30 to 35,000 unique viewers every month on Rumble. And I said, they said, Aaron, how much would each of your everyday viewers, so let's say your regulars are 2,000. And they said, how much would your regulars have to give every month, each of your regulars, for you to stop begging and to stop having this goal? And I said, honestly, anywhere between $5 and $10 each, and we're golden. And they were expecting me to say, like, when I said like between $5 and $10, if that's your number, I said, we're cool. We're very good. And they said, oh, really? A show? And I'm like, no, a month. Like, that's it. Like, between 5 and 10, we cool, Mox. We cool, Mox. And they just go, oh. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. Thank you very much.
It's not that big a deal if everybody did.
Nope, not that bad. Gray Duckling starting us off with $10 super chat today. Thank you very much, Gray Duckling. I appreciate that. That's going to start us off today. There we go. Everybody throwing in 10. Goal gets knocked out pretty much right away. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Everybody who donates to this show is directly responsible for it being on the air. So if you hate this show, yell at those people. So yeah, we got the Bonhoeffer ad. We got the View check-in. We got all the other stuff. I want to go in the chat here just a little bit, pick out 2 or 3 comments, and then we'll move on. Eating Clams is doing that thing where he tries to make you feel better, but just bums everybody the fuck out in doing so.
Uh-oh.
Eating Clam says, could always be worse, Johnny. They missed a lump that my girlfriend had, and the cancer spread to her liver and lungs. She died 2 years ago. She would have traded you for your MS.
Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
Hey, Johnny, feel better. Here's something remarkably depressing. I don't know how other people's brain works. I know mine doesn't work like in a conventional way.
Mm-hmm.
But saying something that bums the fuck out of me, it doesn't make me feel better about the bad thing I know about. It just adds on another really shitty thing I know. It's like, hey, man, I know you're not feeling too good. But did you know that some children in Africa are born and die on the same day without ever tasting food? Well, now I still feel shitty about the first thing, and now I feel shittier about this thing you just told me.
Hey, man, I know you got a rough go of it, and you're having a difficult time with what you're going on, but think about it this way. Somebody I was stuffing it to kind of had the same situation, only way, way worse, and in a heartbeat, they would have flipped to be you. Like, okay, cool.
Hey, man,
that
I know
makes
you.
this all better.
I know you got a degenerative condition and a terrible, nasty disease, but you know, a chick I was fucking died. Oh. I mean, I just want you to know. I mean, that must be very hard for you, and I empathize first and foremost. But I also want to let you know that now not only do I have a degenerative condition, but now I'm fucking bummed about your girlfriend. So thank you. Let's go to Veldrain. Johnny could have said, yes, I am a veteran. The war in Azeroth is one that doesn't end, and I have the monthly subscription receipts to prove it.
I don't know if I was back in WoW at that point. It was working too much. Oh, that would have been funny.
Hobo Chili Recipe says Alan Lichtman has always been a pompous ass. You know, I'd heard the name Alan Lichtman before this Cenk Uygur thing we're gonna watch later, but I've never, I didn't like know who he was. He is a fucking pussy.
Oh, I was gonna say, and you guessed it, a Jew.
And you guessed it, a Jew. But if you want to talk about sucking Jew dicks,
I mean,
always wants to go to that.
We're waiting. Dash with $2. Thank you very much, Dash. What a guy. 340 away from today. Keep her rolling, everybody. So let's find this Bonhoeffer ad that apparently plays on Rumble before our show and plays for nobody else's program but ours. Oh, and also, are you ready to have 800 people watching us live today instead of 1,000?
Oh, damn it. Meme copium, why?
Can I tell you why Can I tell you why meme copium?
Why?
Another Ricada thing happened yesterday.
Uh-oh.
So here comes fucking meme copium to shit all over our parade. Grab his 2,000 people at a time that he's got when he's talking Ricada shit. And we'll be left with 200 people less than we usually have. Fucking Josh. No, Nick's appeal got denied. So now he's at the end of his rope. He has to either plead guilty on Tuesday or he has to plead not guilty, and then he's going to start trying to get charges dismissed and try to get evidence thrown out, and then he's going to start going to work on motions for his pretrial motions. Oh, basically. Okay. So I don't know. And people, like I said, people ask me, what's going to happen? What's he going to do? I'm like, I don't fucking know the guy. And some people were like, oh, you know him better than any of us do. I'm like, no, I don't. Who knows who the fuck this guy is? He's crazy. He's a fucking chameleon.
I think if we learned one thing out of this, it's that I vastly learned how much I didn't know who this guy was.
Right. And not only that, but it's like also, I don't think the guy knows who he is. He changes all the time. And there's no like actual him. He's got problems, man.
He's copycat.
Oh, no. Thank you very. Oh, by the way, you leaving the show yesterday did cause us to go hang out with Joey C's show.
Yeah.
Thanks to our buddy Doom. And that was kind of a classic moment. That was a lot of fun. Mary with $5 over on Venmo today says,
Thank
my
you.
tithe to the Church of Steel Toe. Thank you very much for the $5. Vadam with $5. Vadam's foot's caught in the door. $5 says, I don't get ads on Rumble as I pay the fee to skip the ads. Everyone should pay to skip the ads. I mean, or at the very least, pay $5 a month to subscribe to Steel Toe on Rumble.
I'll say this, skipping the ads or not, I'm glad somebody didn't, because then we found out about this wonderful film that's
about Bonhoeffer. Exactly. Thank you, Vadam. Thank you, Mary. 3:30 away from today. Thank you guys very much. Keep it going, and we're not going to be no begging for money today. Just keep her going. $100 throughout each hour. Well, 50 in the first hour, and we'll call this thing a win. We got the Venmo, we got the Rumble, we've got YouTube. The only thing that hasn't been hit yet is PayPal and Streamlabs. Let's do that next. Okay, so Bonhoeffer. Bonhoeffer trailer. This is the Boneworks, Helldivers. No Bonhoeffer? Uh-oh. Can we not? Oh, there we go. Bonhoeffer, pastor, spy, assassin. Official trailer, Angel Studios. Okay, this is what people are watching. Remember, this is what Rumble plays as an ad for our program. And the listeners,
almost exclusively,
the listeners and viewers of our show say that they don't see any other channel having this ad for the movie Bonhoeffer. So let's see if we can find out why.
Something's coming.
And I'm going to drink it. Oh, sorry.
Something unstoppable.
Look around you, my friend. How much light do you see?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
We're getting fucking disturbed in a Nazi movie? Holy shit.
All right.
That's a first. You would think Sabaton, but that's just me. Or I was going to call them Reichstag. Who am I thinking? Rammstein.
Yep.
Rammstein should have been called Reichstag. Way better band name.
I've come to talk with
Because there's a Panic at the Disco, right?
Yeah.
How about Fire at the Reichstag?
All right.
Blame the
That could work.
Blame the commies.
I've come to talk with you again because the visions of me.
Hey, I have an idea, Johnny. Let's make a really depressing fucking movie about Nazis, and then let's put a really fucking depressing song in the trailer.
Yeah, I'm wondering why they're advertising for this movie in general. I'd be more impressed if this pushed people away.
I feel like his name was Dietrich Bonhoeffer, but I don't remember who he was or what he did.
He invented the triple deke.
Oh,
Dietrich.
This is pastor, spy, assassin, but I don't remember what the fucking guy did.
Left it scenes when I was leaving.
Oh.
Hate comes in every color.
And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains.
I feel bad for people who are listening to the show and not watching because this trailer has no dialogue.
Yeah.
It's just all
It's just all just poignant moments that we don't get 90% of the conversation with. It's just like, but then that important line. So I was like, wait a minute, what?
And then music that's going to get us demonetized today, and that I'll have to edit out later.
This is a series of depressions right in the beginning.
Yeah.
We have devised a plot to assassinate the Führer.
Stop them! Stop them now! Oh. So you're saying that our good guys in this movie has to stop these traitorous, disgusting assassins from accomplishing their goal?
Well, if it's historically accurate, we know they don't succeed, so at least it has a happy ending.
Hey, Aaron, what'd you think of the movie? Oh, he made it. That's only because Hitler waited and waited and waited, and then Goebbels held up one finger. And then Hitler got the fuck out of there.
You will go to England as our spy.
Churchill sees Germany as a whole. He's afraid that a bomb traced to England would mean invasion or worse.
Invasion. Invasion. My country was invaded from within.
And the people.
Oh, so Dietrich Bonhoeffer didn't like the Nazis.
Nope.
So Bonhoeffer was like, these Nazis are bad news, buddy. And then, you know what I love about movies about Nazis? The Nazis always just look like robots who all do the same thing.
Yeah.
Like none of them are ever people. You know, none of them are just people who joined up with a party because, you know, they got a little carried away with their political identity. They're all just, look at it. They're all Terminator robots. None of them are just guys with right-wing politics and families and they're human beings. You know, it's very funny that Like the argument against Nazis is that, well, they dehumanized groups of people and it made it easier to criticize and ostracize
Made it easier
them.
to hate and villainize them.
Yeah, and then what do? Like, Nazis are not human. They're not people. They're all just robots and clockwork. So fuck them, kill them. It's like
We
none
learned
of
it from watching you, Dad.
Right. None of it can be like, hey, that guy is a member of the Nazi party. Why? Oh, because he has really right-wing beliefs about, like, immigration and, like, you know, he's a little racist, but, like, he's not throwing people in ovens and, like, a crazy fucking bastard or anything like that. But it's all, like, look at this guy's just got that same dead-eyed stare. This guy's
They all kind of do.
Yeah.
The only one who kind of gets a pass is the one who looks slightly questioning Mr.
This
Baldy
guy?
in the back because he's almost got the rock eyebrow over there.
Yeah, Alex.
Can you smell what the Reich is cooking?
Nazi Alex.
Spoiler alert, it's Jews.
Nazi Alex Jones is over here. Looking up.
It's documented, it's proven this guy's going to betray us, and I'm going to defend us on behalf of the fatherland because I'm not going to stand for this crap, goddammit.
What do you think of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Alex?
You goddamn drug addict, you blackmailed piece of shit, meth head, fuck you.
I'm not gonna lie, this movie looks kind of fucking cool. Kind of into this movie. I want to see Bonhoeffer.
I want to see like blonde-haired, blue-eyed pastor at the what was it? That wasn't Southern Baptist. What was the one they were doing? He was in the black church where they're doing all the singing and the dancing.
Yeah,
That looked
like
kind of fun.
like Forrest Gump, like Bubba's mom.
Yeah.
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 I'm ready to meet my destiny.
Boy, you Nazis had it rough. You guys all kind of met a pretty egregious fate. Story of courage and faith. Dietrich, I forgot what Dietrich Bonhoeffer did specifically. He was a pastor, German pastor, theologian, ecumenist, and peace activist. He wrote profoundly about the Christian faith, and he loved man-ass. No, I don't fucking know. He was known for his staunch resistance to the Nazi dictatorship, including vocal opposition to Adolf Hitler's euthanasia program and genocidal persecution of Jews. He was arrested in April 1943 by the Gestapo and imprisoned at Tegel prison for 1.5 years. Later, he was transferred to Flossenburg concentration camp. Bonhoeffer was accused of being associated with the 20th of July plot to assassinate Hitler and was tried along with other accused plotters, including former members of the German Military Intelligence Office. He was hanged on April 9th, 1945, during the collapse of the Nazi regime. Oh, dude, that would, you know how bad that would fucking suck to be hanged in April of 45. Do you know when the Germans surrendered?
I'm guessing in May.
April of 45.
Oh, so if he had held out a couple more weeks, he'd be okay.
Oh, if Bonhoeffer just like, you know, if he could have got his interlocutory appeal accepted instead of denied, Bonhoeffer would have escaped the gallows, unfortunately. Yikes. Coltrane with $1 says, considering Disturbed lead singer is a Jew, David Draymond. That's true. He is a...
I just thought his last name was Dreidel.
Klopogram writes in the chat, fucking spoiler alert. Sorry. Sorry, I did ruin
give
that.
it away.
I did ruin the movie. I apologize. Klopogram is already hot and cold with me every day, and I think I just pushed him over to the haters. It's a good thing all my haters are like felons and pedos. So it makes it a little harder. There's this gray area where you can just hate me, and I think I just pushed Klopogram into the gray area by spoiling Bonhoeffer. And I really apologize. You know, the thing
Too
about
soon, man.
the thing about Dietrich Bonhoeffer is that, like, he had way more balls than most Christians. Like, Christians really were fucking bitches during Nazi Germany, especially my Catholics.
Well, because it wasn't affecting them. It was a thing where it was another religion being affected. Why would? And let's not forget those people murdered the Savior.
I was gonna say, like, Catholics, Christians, and Jews have not always had the easiest relationship. I mean, can't really bring up Jesus around each other because you got to address the elephant in the room, which is that. I mean, you can tell the Jewish people, like, hey, you murdered our Savior, and the Jews would be like, you wouldn't be here if we hadn't. What if they would have just let Jesus go? Just like, yeah, go on preaching, dude, it's fine. And then Jesus is sitting there talking to God, and he's like, hey, Dad, they don't want to sacrifice.
What am I
me.
supposed to do now?
God sits there and he goes, fuck, dude, I don't know. Like, my whole plan is kind of dicked from these asshole humans I created. I don't know. I guess we're just not going to fulfill like, God ceases to exist. Like, if the Jews hadn't killed Jesus, maybe all of existence would have been wiped out because God would have ceased to be infallible. I mean, yeah, Jesus gets to live a full life, but there's no saving.
Jesus is just fat and lazy. Religion falls apart because he lives too long, and finally it's just like, yeah, I mean, it was cool when you were the prophet and everything, but now you're just kind of like scratching your beer gut, and I don't know, man, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, like Jesus has his Axl Rose arc. And he just kind of gets really pudgy. He's like hanging out with like one of his disciples by the end is Buckethead. And it's just like, dude, this really got off the rails.
This makes Judas like what, Slash? So now we just see Judas appearing in random places.
Judas just comes back after like 30 years of fucking hating the guy, and they're like, all right, we're
just gonna kick it for a while.
That has got to be kind of nice, like Guns N' Roses and all these other bands that break up. Like, you'll never fully go broke because you always have the reunion card in your back pocket. It's like Slash and Axl, even though they made shitloads of money and they never needed the money, it's like, hey, they probably never had to have like retirement accounts because they just went, when we get into our 60s, we'll just reunite.
Yeah, we'll just get back together and do a couple of tours.
Yeah.
Just avoid the fuck out of each other.
Exactly. Sergeant Elias with $5 says, did you check out Keno Casino last night? They did some great stuff on Melton. I know you can't talk about the investigation, but I can talk about it. It's going well, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed and knocking on wood and just, not cocking off. I can talk about it. I just don't want to cock off about it. I want to stay humble about the whole thing. But yeah, no, I'm excited to see when clips start coming out of Keno Casino today. I didn't get to see their Melton and Rekieta stuff because they were doing it while I was on the air. So I'm excited to watch it today. Those guys do a good show, man. They're very funny. And a lot of their shit gets in your head. Like, whoa, buddy. Thank you guys very much. Thanks for the $5. $3.25 away from this morning. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Again, the begging stays at bay when we get under $300 before 7 o'clock. Ooh, excuse me. We've had people chipping in on every platform except PayPal today, so if you want to break that in, thank you very much, or contribute your $5 wherever you'd like to. Off we go. 3:30. What did I say? 3:30. 3:25.
3:25
away from today's goal. Thank you very much. So just 25 away from keeping pace. Thanks a lot, guys. All right, let's do this. Let's do a view check-in, and then you guys can decide, do you want to do the Cenk Uygur thing, the animal cruelty story in Atlanta that we have? Some guy was charged with animal cruelty. He was just chucking puppies over a fence. Yeah, that's it. I don't know if there was a rhyme or a reason. I haven't dug too deep into the thing, but a guy was throwing puppies over a fence. I don't know if it was like this, like the motion I'm doing. It'd be weird if he was grabbing them out of a box and just chucking them. But
it's not like a wheelbarrow and he's just throwing them one over the other, just over behind him.
Right. But I think Monday, Eric Adams went on The View, and I don't know if you know this or not, but the ladies on The View are still mourning.
Yep.
And they're still really bitchy about it. And like, yesterday there was a full 24 hours of reaction to the Mika Brzezinski, Joe Scarborough going to Mar-a-Lago thing. Dude, when we played that on Monday, I just kind of thought that would be a ho-hum thing. That might end those two.
Really?
Yeah, the ratings were fucking dog shit the next day. Like, apparently after they announced that, the viewership cratered. The ratings were shit on Tuesday. Comcast is now going to, instead of selling MSNBC, they're going to take a bunch of their TV stuff and break it off into their own division. They don't want it associated with Comcast.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, like, you got The View fighting with each other and arguing about it. It's like, I kind of thought that as soon as Trump got elected, the left would kind of hit the ground just going after Trump. But no, they're in the fighting with each other phase, as we're going to see today with Cenk Uygur and Alan Lichtman, The View, all this other stuff. They're just yelling at each other.
Oh, man.
And calling Matt Gaetz a pedo. And by the way, that's not looking good. They really don't want him to become attorney general because
it's weird how they had all this stuff and they waited till now.
Well, they've been investigating him and they've been accusing him. And now that he got nominated for AG, he dropped out of the House. He resigned from the House of Representatives. So now they can't continue the investigation because it was a House of Representatives investigation. So he slipped out the back.
I didn't know that's how it worked.
I didn't either. I'm just pretending to be an authority on it because I just learned this yesterday. Isn't that fun when you just learn something the day before, but you know a lot of other people don't know it, so you can talk down to them? And you're like, yeah, this is actually how it is. And they're like, oh, really? How'd you know that? And you're like, don't ask me follow-up questions because I just found out about this. You know, you're like
Dr.
Dr.
I'm working with, man.
Yeah, you're like Dr. Lanning's hologram in iRobot. You're just like, my responses are limited. You must ask the right questions. Well, Aaron, did Matt Gaetz? Yeah, Aaron, did Matt Gaetz have sex with underage girls? That is the right question, detective. That was kind of a gay part in the movie where he would say that. Like, what if Will Smith is a retard? Like, you just say that is the right question. Well, yeah, fuckface, answer me, because after he says that's the right question, he goes transmission terminated. It's like, thanks.
Oh, I forget what the question was though, but fuck. I guess it was one of those like self-fulfilling things. I don't remember. It's one of those things where I don't remember. That movie wasn't that good.
I disagree with you. I love iRobot. I love
it's goddamn robots, John.
It's goddamn robots, John. Like Will Smith is basically Alex Jones in that movie. He's telling everybody his conspiracy theories. Nobody believes him. Then it all ends up being true. And he's got to fight all the robots off with the kid from Even Stevens and Tom Brady's ex-girlfriend. That's his team. That's his crew. All right, let's go to this clip on The View. Eric Adams. Now remember, Eric Adams is a rogue Democrat.
Yep.
Because Eric Adams decided to, get really fucking tired of illegal immigrants fucking around in his state. So he went, boy, I'd really like a solution to this here problem. And the people in his state went, or the Democrats in his state went, oh, yeah, fuck you. We'll put you under federal investigation.
Because, again, we're totally not the party of using the Justice Department to squash our political adversaries.
Right, yeah, no. Remember, guys, it's Trump who's going to use the judicial system to go after his enemies, not the Democrats who have put Trump under numerous felony charges and Eric Adams under numerous felony investigations just for saying, holy fuck, you're littering our streets with garbage, and we can't pay for this. And we're having to take away money from our police force, and there's an increase in crime so that we can feed a bunch of illegals who shouldn't be here in the first place. And they said, oh, yeah? How about those federal crimes you're committing? And he goes, what federal crimes I'm committing? And they go, Shazam. He goes, oh, fuck.
Funny you should ask.
Yeah, here they are. So let's watch Eric Adams talk to the very reasonable Joy Behar and the other reasonable ladies of The View. And let's see if we can catch Sunny Hostin with a smug punum on her face.
About RFK Jr. being the head of HHS. What do you think about that appointment?
Are you asking me? Because I say fucking lit, homie. We got an RFK Jr. clip today, and like Mediaites shitting on him for what he said. And I was watching the clip going, guys, stop making me like this guy more. I love it when people bring me something and they go, look at what a piece of shit this guy is. And I watch it and I go, I love him. He's the man.
Well, for some of these people, they're like, look at what a piece of shit this guy is. And they're showing someone to us. The rest, they don't realize the rest of us are like, no, but that's part of the reason we like him is because what you think is bad, we think is good in this regard.
Right. We like that guy.
appointment?
The executives will nominate and bring in, we believe, will move their vision forward. And everything from the fluoride issue, I believe we should have fluoride in the water based on what my experts are telling me. But let's be clear, we have a real problem with our food in our country. And we need to watch what we're feeding our children. And
what is the major problem, do you think?
I love it. I love that. I feel so good for RFK Jr. I'm so happy for him because his whole life, he's been talking about this shit, and everyone's been going, you weird-voiced, crazy person, you fucking psycho, black sheep of the Kennedy family. And now, he's getting Trump's giving him a platform to talk about some of his shit, and, even Democrats who are supposed to think he's crazy are going well, he's right. Our food supply is dog shit. There's a reason we're all fat as fuck.
Yeah, there's a reason we're I'm not sure on leaders, but we're definitely in the top for childhood and adult obesity.
I think we're number one. I think we're tops, dude. And a lot of it's because of what's in the food.
Muffin tops.
Too much hormones.
Wait, what?
Whoa,
Hold on.
Whoa. Remember, you're gonna have to run for re-election. There's a fair number of those in your city.
Fucking based. One more time, Eric Adams. One more time.
And
what is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
I don't know what.
Mpox is on the rise again. I guess we can talk about this.
I don't know why this is my favorite thing. I want to hear this a million times. There's so many people who just tuned into that clip and they're going, yeah, I fucking totally agree with Eric. I didn't realize.
Dude, nail on the head.
Fucking Eric Adams is killing it. Eric Adams would have been great in my administration. One more. And I love that none of us have had to say out loud what it is that he said. That's so great. We all heard it.
Right.
We don't have to go, hey, let's go back and see if he really said this. We're all he fucking said it, and now we're going to listen to it a billion times. One more time.
Major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
You can't
did Hostin just instinctively, reflexively twitch?
You can't just say that on national television, Eric. Jesus Christ. So too many of those, too many illegals. I think Eric Adams is running for the Republican primary in 2028.
And
what is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, in 2 years, Eric Adams will be a Republican. I think he just became one.
Dude, I don't know about you, but I think he's a Republican as of yesterday.
Holy shit.
Children. And
what is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
I don't mean to tell the black community how to speak, but this is why we always stress enunciation in school. Every syllable, every consonant, every vowel is important in the formation of words. We can't get lazy with... Now, I understand why black people would want to avoid hard R's. But in this case, it was rather important to the message he was trying to convey. Because taking the R and the N out of that word really changes things.
Eating our children. And
what is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones. Many people know my, I almost lost my sight with diabetes. The doctor told me I would be blind in a year. I was going to lose my fingers and toes. And it was my food. It wasn't my DNA. It was my dinner.
But JFK Jr.
It wasn't my DNA. It was my dinner. I like this guy. It was really actually is the snacks more than the dinner. You get it.
Well, at least we can agree it was too many homos.
Yeah, at least we know it was too many homos.
God damn.
That's what's wrong with our food supply, according to Eric Adams.
So he's eating homos for dinner?
He is. He's eating too, and he's not only is he eating homos, he's eating too many.
They're laying on the table. You already dead, sinner.
You've defiled your body. New Orleans #1 Sin City. Please don't eat me. I don't want to die. You're already dead, sinner. You can't turn on the TV without some jackass waving his privates. That is how Aben Cooper would answer that question. What is the problem? Too many homos.
Junior ate RFK Jr. ate some pork and now he has a brainworm. Is he the person that should be in charge of that?
You know that can happen, right? You know that you can get parasites. Like, I have a family friend who very tragically died in his 50s because when he was in the military, he ate beef and it was tainted with mad cow disease and it lay dormant for like 25 years. And if it killed him like in an instant, like inside of 2 months, he was dead. It activated. He was diagnosed and dead all within 2 months from mad cow disease. So like they sit there and they make fun of.
So what are you so pissed about, Johnny? He'd be you in a heartbeat.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucker.
I'm having a hard time, Aaron. Tell that to Jay. Jay's dead. Dick. It's amazing how Democrats change their loyalties and change their positions based on who the messenger is. Like if it's RFK Jr. and RFK Jr. likes Trump, then Democrats have to remember when their position was like the hippie, natural, organic position. That was a Democratic thing, pushing organics and shit like that. Now RFK Jr. goes, our food isn't safe, and pork can give you the tapeworms and parasites and things like that if you're not careful. And they're like, oh, fucking crazy robot voice man, what an asshole. And you're like, wait, but the poison in our food was like your thing. Like you let Republicans take our food is poison away from you, and to replace it, you gave us we should let people with dicks use women's restrooms.
It's a really weird swerve you guys decided to pull off on us.
It's really strange.
Well, let's right, and let's understand this also. In all of these agencies,
too many homos.
Too many homo.
Oh, Victor, can you go back and grab that, by the way? Victor, if you're watching today, if you could grab the too many homos thing, I would love to have that for a drop.
Thousands of employees and experts that understand these topics, and their rules, their regulations.
Mayor, a lot of them want to resign. When they see some of the people that are going to be on top, I think there's going to be a mass exodus of people who have the institution.
Yay! Yeah, like I said,
the over-bloated agencies, we spend too much money feeding money to employees so we can just go, look how many jobs we have, guys. We got so many jobs.
And we got too many homos, according to Eric Adams. Yeah, like I said, we're going to play this RFK Jr. clip later today. And you're just going to listen to him, and and the media's going to be like, look what this fucking guy said. And you're like, stop making me like him more.
Institutional knowledge and the institutional memory and DOD at HHS. Who wants to work under our cook?
And let me respond to that. If we love our country, then no one individual should take us away from our mission.
Yes.
If you dedicated your life to a particular place, I dedicated my life to law enforcement. So if a new commissioner came in that I disagreed with, I was not going to say, I'm going to resign. Let's love the country. Let's love our cities. Let's get away from the rhetoric of the professionalism that we know. Those are experts in this. They're going to look at his proposal, do a real analysis, and make these decisions. It happens every day.
That's a great point. Like, what is it with these new age lefties now and their fear of, just hearing new shit?
Because you guys might realize that our way isn't the best way, and we don't want to have that happen.
Yeah, like a guy's coming in who's going to tell us other things. We're gonna quit. Really? You're gonna quit because this guy's gonna tell you some shit that you might not want to hear? What a fucking pussy.
Shouldn't he have a background at least? He should have some kind of background in this type of thing.
Let me just... Okay, so...
he's only been studying this shit his whole life.
This is coming from the same people who were complaining about, what was it, the national, the defense pick or whatever. Like, a Fox news anchor isn't fit to be a cabinet pick. It's like, yeah, but you forget the part where he was also a military veteran.
When Trump returns to office, he will actually have a lot of power with the Republican-controlled Senate and House. He's suggested at times using the National Guard to target the enemy within and key members of his
Yeah, he means illegal immigrants. You know he means illegal immigrants. You're being a fearmonger. And yes, he is going to have to use the National Guard sometimes because we have governors and mayors in this country who are openly saying, I will not enforce our immigration laws. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, but I'm going to purposely not enforce. I'm going to stand in the way. I am going to obstruct when it comes to enforcing our immigration laws. And so Trump said, all right, fine, I'll use the National Guard to deport people. And then they turn that into, oh my God, he's going to round up his political opponents. Like, no, that's what you guys do.
And they're also the ones that say, look, man, this is wrong. He's going to round up all these people. They're only taking over a few apartment complexes. It's like, no. There is a serious problem here, and it needs to be addressed. Yeah. It's just...
Yeah, there's Venezuelan gangs that are literally taking over apartment buildings, and just, it's theirs now.
Yeah, and apparently they've spread to Tennessee, and it's running rampant over there, too.
Right. And then, by the way, the Democrats are sitting there going, oh, yeah, Trump is going to use the National Guard. He's going to persecute his enemies. It's like you're sitting next to a fucking Democrat who's been persecuted by his own party because he won't play ball. I'm sorry, but are you missing the irony of sitting next to Eric Adams saying that it's Donald Trump who's going to be the guy that seeks retribution against people? This is a guy who's been retributioned against. Jesus Christ, you fucking hens.
Administration called him a fascist, but you've defended him. Can you explain?
No,
he's like Muhammad Ali. He's like, ain't no Donald Trump ever call me. I ain't got no quarrel with that Donald Trump. Ain't no Donald Trump ever call me criminal.
Defended the rhetoric that we're using across our country and what our children are listening to and what we're doing. We've reached a point in this country where we no longer want to engage in conversation. They were even calling him Hitler. That's an insult.
That was only his vice president.
That was no. That was all of you assholes.
Well, she was being.
They're even calling him Hitler. That was only his vice president. No. You were all on that. Especially you, Mrs. I ran down the highway screaming gay because of the law. Like, you retard.
Yeah.
You guys all called him Hitler. I hate this. Like, oh no, that wasn't us. No, that was you.
And Eric Adams didn't like that she ran down the street yelling gay because he believes
he hates those homos.
If I could tell you his personal beliefs.
What's the major problem, do you think?
Too much homos.
Too much homos.
That was an insult to the millions of Jews and others who died. We know what Hitler did. Mm-hmm. And what I said to our country, when I'm on the streets talking to my young people who are protesting on college campuses, wearing Hamas signs and calling for the destructions of groups, I said, we have to bring down this rhetoric. We have to start engaging in conversation. You know, Obama said it right, and I agree. This is not the divided state. This is the United States. We're the greatest country on the globe, and people are watching us and name calling.
But do you think Trump should have brought down the rhetoric? Because he's...
Everybody.
Oh, my God. Read the room, you freaking fat, lazy bitch.
But at the same time, like, if you're Eric Adams and you keep giving this to them and they keep coming back, like, literally every response they had to every reasonable thing he was saying was, yeah, but what about Trump?
Yeah, but Trump, though.
Right. But what do you think about Trump? We
got to bring down the rhetoric. But it's Trump, so we can tone it up, right? Like, no, that's not.
Jesus. Well, I mean, look, here's what I say about Eric Adams. He tried. God bless him. He tried. It went about as well as you think it would. Uncle Lucky with $4.99. I'm going to try and read this. It's written a little rough. That tuft of hair and your tits are remarkable. Thank you, buddy. Hang tough, Johnny. Your marine tears are just salty. I wouldn't know if tropical helmet juice is Aaron. Thank you, Uncle Lucky, for your pointed analysis. And the $4.99. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Vance with $5 says, this is where you want to be when Jesus comes back, watching The View. No, if you let me know that Jesus is coming back, I will fucking turn it off post haste. I don't want Jesus to catch me watching this shit. Zen Man Builds with $1 says a 3-year-long investigation and no charges filed. Definitely guilty. Yeah, the Matt Gaetz thing, but they're going to bring it back up. They're going to keep digging. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, who's the blonde with the sleeveless shirt? She's a smoke show. That's, oh, God damn it. That's Sarah Klein or something like that. I can't remember. Guys, go ahead. We are at $315 away from today's goal. And if we get that under 300 by 7 o'clock, we're looking good. We are looking good goal-wise. So go ahead and throw in. Nothing on the PayPal end of things yet. We got everything. Venmo, Rumble, YouTube. Everything's been thrown into. Let's do a Streamlabs or a PayPal and then get it under 300 in the next 7 minutes here or so. And then we'll call it on pace, and that'll keep the beggar at bay. So thank you guys very much. Throw in your 5s, your 10s, your 15s, your 20s. We appreciate it. Lance with $1.99 says, Johnny's mic is way too loud. It overpowers you. Well, Johnny's on the same pod as the...
I can turn mine down.
No, you're fine, because I sometimes have to turn it up for the clip we're playing.
Okay.
And that's why Johnny gets a bit louder. So that's on my end. Thank you, Lance. I appreciate that. Let's do the RFK thing then and just get that out of the way. And then I really want to do the Cenk Lichtman thing, because it's so fun. It's so,
hey, Alan.
It's so beautiful. I want to see if yeah, here we go. I like the way, I got to say, I like the way the Blaze and the Young Turks do their clips, because they always have like just this 1 minute, 90-second intro to it, and then they play it all the way through. Well, there's a couple interruptions here, and we'll skip them. But Cenk Uygur ends up dangling his keys in front of Alan Lichtman on Piers Morgan's show to taunt him. And these guys are both Democrats, and Cenk Uygur's just mocking him over his election predictions. It's fucking great. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, Johnny, do your Stolen Valor skit. It got you free food. It'll likely drive donations. I mean, look, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Mild says, Sarah Klein, eh? I wonder what Wikipedia says about her early life. That's not her name. I can't here. The View blonde. Not Elizabeth Hasselbeck. Oh, imagine that. She hasn't been on the show in forever. And I think her name's Sarah. Sarah Haynes, that's it. You can Google Sarah
Haynes her way.
Yeah, you can Google Sarah Haynes' early life, and I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. Let's see. Uh-oh. Wait. Hold on, shut up. I'm reading. Both Alyssa Farah and Sarah Haynes are two prominent panelists on The View. They are not. They're not Jews. Okay. No, that's not. I didn't say that was good or bad. I almost said that with an upward inflection. I was like, they are not Jews, guys. Not Jew. It's not good or bad. That's just a matter of fact. Is all it is. Matter of fact. Thank you for those couple of ones. 315 is the number. Keep her under 300 by the top of the hour. We're almost there. Thank you very much. So let's do the RFK Jr. thing. Again, they're really trying to shame the shit out of RFK Jr. And they're like, oh, can you believe what he said this time? And then I'll watch the clip and I'll be like, all right, so far I love this guy more.
You're making him stark raving reasonable.
Right, he's the fucking man. So this headline on Mediaite, and we'll play the clip in a second. Unearthed video. I love how they call it an unearthed video as if he was like hiding it. Unearthed video clips show RFK Jr. supporting conspiracies about the COVID-19 pandemic being government-planned bioterrorism. Fucking based.
Yeah,
cool. Awesome. I love that dude, are you kidding me? I love that we have guys that say this shit and they're going to be like in charge of the government.
Yeah.
This is wild. And by the way, if you're a Democrat and you hate all these people and you think they're so terrible, congratulations. You're the ones who put them there. This was set in motion in 2020 with how you guys lectured us and handled the pandemic. You guys are sitting there going, you want this guy in charge? He said the pandemic was planned. Yes, I want those people in charge. That's what I want in charge.
We think it was.
You want this guy in charge? He says the COVID vaccine was ineffective and terrible. Yes, I only want him in charge. He's the man. Keep that guy. So let's see what RFK Jr. said that's so terrible that Mediaite says, ha, we got him. Let's take a look. Do we get an ad first? Got to have an ad before an RFK Jr. thing. Yep. But you get to skip.
Slice meat.
He gets a skippable one.
Many people argue that this pandemic was a plandemic, that it was planned from the outset, that it's part of a sinister scheme. I can't tell you the answer to that.
Okay, so right there, your headline is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, because he just said he didn't confirm or deny. He said, I can't tell you the answer to that.
Yeah. I mean,
that doesn't support a conspiracy theory.
There's part of me that thinks absolutely it was planned, that China wanted to get rid of the protesters in Hong Kong, and we wanted to get Trump out of it. We wanted to
stop Trump.
Yeah. So I'm not sitting here going, I have evidence that that's what happened. But if you told me that was what happened, I wouldn't be like, oh, I don't believe you. Show me your evidence. I'd be like, yeah, I can see that.
I don't have enough evidence. A lot of it feels very planned to me. But I don't know. I will tell you this. If you create these mechanisms for control, they become weapons of obedience for authoritarian regimes, no matter how beneficial or innocent the people who created them.
You know, I got to say this, and I mean this as a compliment. Those fucking Kennedys do not learn their fucking lesson, do they? And I mean that as a supreme compliment to John F. Kennedy, JFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy, RFK Jr. They just do not learn their fucking lesson. They're just like, I don't believe anybody in power. They're all fucking greedy assholes who rip us off and fuck us over and try to create a dictatorship. And they're like, there's just a guy cleaning a shotgun. He's like, how many of these motherfuckers do we have to kill? Like, the Kennedys just keep talking shit about the establishment and the government. And they're like, I'm starting to feel bad about all the blood we're shedding. I really don't want to kill another one of you.
Point out where he's wrong, though. I mean,
oh, he's not. He's 100% correct. He's
Kennedy!
How about if we stay on the air for another 4 years, we keep that drop for a while?
Yeah.
Eagle of America, this is the greatest breakdown of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I've ever heard. Eagle of America says, he sounds like he's endlessly coming. That's perfect. McBuster says Daddy Kennedy worked his ass off bootlegging liquor so his sons could fuck up in politics. Well, his sons were always speaking truth to power, and then they just kept capping the motherfuckers. I mean, Jesus. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says Trump massively fucked up the handling of the pandemic. I agree. He made Fauci the head of it while pushing lockdowns, vaccines, and massive COVID welfare handouts to many corporations. Yeah, no, Trump is not innocent.
Trump's not innocent, but also a lot of that stuff, too, was pushed by the government, which was also partially Democratic. Like the Fauci stuff, absolutely. Operation Warp Speed was his thing. He's still very proud of his COVID response stuff, which is, again, no. But, yeah, it wasn't like he orchestrated the thing. And the lockdowns and stuff, those were pushed by a lot of people, like in our own particular state, where they're like, hey, guys, it's just temporary. It's just 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a few Republican governors who never shut down, like Texas and Florida. And, a lot of Democratic states that did, and with no regard for science. They just did it because it was good for business. 3:10 away. So we hit 7 o'clock. We're at 3:10. We're not that far. We're only $10 behind. That's not bad at all. That'll keep the beg monster away a little bit. But let's get it down to 200 by 8 o'clock. So if you're feeling like dropping something big on Steel Toe today, let's do it right now instead of at the end of the show. Let's get ahead and stay ahead and call it another win for the Toe. Thank you very much. Rumble rants are great. PayPal. Still waiting for the first PayPal Streamlabs of the day. Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble rants, gifted memberships. Let's go, guys. Let's rally it up. Let's get it down there. 200 by 8 o'clock. Andrew, I get it. You think that Johnny's being treated with kid gloves and all that. We got it, buddy. Jesus. I got to say, if we don't read it the first 9 times, you should probably assume that the show already addressed it and doesn't want to go there the rest of the day. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, let's everybody throw in $5 to $20 somewhere in there. Let's call it. Let's have a nice, easy day when it comes to money because we got a lot of fun stuff to keep going through. Thank you, Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1.99. He says South Dakota never shut down.
Indeed.
There's another one. Thank you.
And people, I think, also forget Donald Trump right before the election stuff was really pushing that we need to open back up. Like, he was one of the people that didn't want to keep the lockdown thing going like it did.
Yeah. No, you're right. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says the only Republican governor that never locked down was South Dakota, in all fairness. Well, I mean,
I thought Florida never did.
I think everybody except South Dakota did that first 2 weeks thing. But I forgive that. I forgive the first 2 weeks. I think it took balls to do what Abbott and DeSantis and
well, plus there's a lot less people. Like, how many tourist destinations are in South Dakota?
Mount Rushmore, Wall Drug, the Badlands.
Hey guys, come see our prairie dogs everywhere.
Indian shit.
Yeah, I think it's a little easier for South Dakota to shut down to not shut down.
Yeah,
like I feel like there's 6 foot distancing just naturally in the way that place is laid out.
What's the difference between South Dakota shutting down and South Dakota staying open? It's like that much. Hey, which state is it that has the blackjack tables in like saloons, like it's old-timey Old West? Is that North or South Dakota?
I don't know. I've never been to either, but now I want to visit.
I hear that I could be wrong, but I know when I had friends who were working in like the oil boom out in Williston, they would say like, yeah, you go into a bar or whatever, and they just got blackjack tables. I don't know if they were fucking with me or not, but sounds like a good time. And then Iowa and Wisconsin, they've got sports betting in their casinos. Oh, Richard Head says Deadwood, South Dakota. Okay. Deadwood. That's where it is. That's where Ian McShane is.
Mm-hmm.
At least on the TV. So, yeah, I'd go to South Dakota. I'd go to Diamond Joe's in Iowa. That's what I want to do. Some Sunday, I think I want to drive down to Diamond Joe's in Iowa and just bet on football games one weekend. That would be here, St. Cloud, Minnesota to Diamond Joe's. It is
5, 6
hours? It's a 3-hour drive.
3-hour drive?
Yeah. So 3-hour drive, you're talking leave at 8, get your bets in, stay for the 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock games, and leave at 6 and be home at 9. That's not bad.
It's not bad. It's gonna run you a little bit of gas, and driving through the cities can be shitty. But
maybe I'll do that Thanksgiving weekend. That wouldn't be a bad little trip. And sports betting, at least the way I do it, is cheap. Like, it's not like blackjack where you're putting hundreds of dollars in just to be able to play. Like sports betting, I'll put like $10 on each game and, cobble them all together, and you can sit there and watch sit there and watch the noon games for like $50. Sit there and watch the 3 o'clock games for $50. I mean, that's drink a few beers. That's not that expensive. That's not a budget breaking day. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $1.99 says it's South Dakota. He also points out the Sturgis bike rally. All right. Cool, man. Cool. 310 away from today's goal. Hit it, boys and girls. Keep throwing money at the toe. Those 199s even add up. Thank you for those. We appreciate them. Thanks a million. Keep her going, and let's keep the beggy monster at bay. All right. Piers Morgan, Cenk Uygur, Alan Lichtman, Democrats fighting with each other. This is fantastic. I love this so much. Dude, I'm starting to, between his meltdown in 2024 not being as bad as his 2016 meltdown, between him screaming almost exclusively at Democrats and Anna Kasparian moving further and further to the right, I'm kind of enjoying this Young Turks revival.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long until, like, the Young Turks are on the other side? It seems like they're slowly changing.
Yeah, like you have the Young Turks merging with the Blaze to form one media conglomerate.
If it means I get to date Anna Kasparian, I'm all for it.
You know what? I'm gonna make a call right now. If the Young Turks and Glenn Beck's network merged, and you put them on on Comcast cable instead of MSNBC, like put them in MSNBC's channel, I bet you they do more viewers.
Probably.
I bet you Glenn Beck and Cenk Uygur get higher ratings than whatever the fuck they're putting on there now. So Cenk Uygur decides to bust this Alan Lichtman's balls. Now, we played this last night for a little bit, and I just it was like a breaking thing, and it just come out. I want to play more of this today now that I know more. So this Alan Lichtman is like a Democrat shill professor at some Ivy League school. And he makes all these predictions on elections, and people are like, he always gets it right. Alan Lichtman's like their guru. Well, he got fucking brained on election day. I mean, he was wishful thinking on Kamala Harris, and Trump made him look like a dipshit. So Cenk Uygur is going to point that out, and Alan Lichtman is going to show that maybe he doesn't have the thickest skin. And then the thinner Alan Lichtman's skin gets, the more childish Cenk Uygur is going to criticize him. At one point, even taking out his keys and shaking them.
Before we begin, who's the guy with his eyes closed and the headphones on? Who's this?
I think that's Henry. I think that's Harry Sisson. I hate that kid. I fucking hate that
Why the
kid.
fuck is that? But like, I'm looking at this panel and I'm like, all right, all of these people look like they should be here. You don't. Like, it'd be like if I was on this panel. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. One of these is not like the others. It's just, you shouldn't be there.
Right. Well, the Democratic Party pays him a shitload of money to be on these shows, so he's got to be there. All right, let's watch Cenk Uygur take Alan Lichtman to school. This is childishly funny.
Rightly willing to admit I missed this election. I still think I actually had 10 out of 10 before. I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think it's a pretty good record. Now.
Wow, so this guy already, old googly eyes, old Mersh eyes, is sitting here telling us, oh, yeah, I may have got, like, nobody, the lack of humility in people like this, you can see them from a mile away. They're like, oh, I think I've been doing pretty well, and I got this one wrong, but hey, I've gotten the last 10 right. Well, except for 2000, but I still think I was right. It's like, dude. No, I'm sorry. Don't give me fake humility. All right. Don't give me fake humility.
I think two things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out there in the open. My keys are based upon the proposition that a pragmatic, rational electorate decides whether or not the White House party is government.
Listen to these fucking holier-than-thou, looking down their nose at people assholes. Instead of this dickbag just admitting, I fucked up, I got it wrong, it was wishful thinking on my part, he's going to go, well, it's not my fault. I thought the electorate was intelligent, and I thought they were rational, and that's what I got wrong. Oh, yeah, it's fucking... You know what? Hey, Democrats, keep blaming us.
Right. That's what I was saying the other day when I was playing... was it Jen Psaki saying how they had to double down on the woke stuff? I'm like, yes, keep not learning your lesson and wondering why it doesn't work.
Keep telling us that we're the dumb ones and it's our fault and you guys fucking nailed it, and I'm sure you'll win the next one. You'll be able to insult the voters into, like, dude, the entire establishment works for you. The entire establishment works to rig this shit in your favor. The media, the schools, the universities, the pollsters, everybody works to rig this thing for you. Do you know how fucking stupid and out of touch you have to be to blow it. You start with a 3-touchdown lead. You're the fucking Falcons in the Super Bowl. And you blow it.
Well enough to get 4 more years. That was exploded this time by a new wave of disinformation that we've never seen before.
Okay, so then the Young Turks goes and says, well, fuck this Alan Lichtman guy, blah, blah, blah. And then Cenk, I love it's Cenk's show, and he's like, and now get a load of me. Get ready to watch what I'm about to do.
You're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like paid family leave, higher minimum wage, universal health care, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So,
bro, Cenk Uygur is right.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing he just said there that is incorrect. And he's letting this Alan Lichtman guy have it. Now we're about to watch Alan Lichtman come unglued because, as you saw in his half-assed attempt to try and take responsibility for being wrong, this guy does not like having to do that. So Cenk telling him, you know, you can blame everybody else, but the call's coming from inside the house. Alan Lichtman is not happy about this.
Difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful predictions.
Cenk's laughing at him.
Based upon how American presidential elections have previously worked as pragmatic decision-making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed, what's shattered the pattern of 160 years of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Cenk, you need to learn some manners.
All right. Who had Cenk Uygur redemption arc coming out of this election?
I didn't.
You know what this smells like? This reeks of Cenk Uygur just getting fucking-itis. And him going, I'm tired of losing to this fucking Donald Trump guy. I can sit there and yell at Trump all day long, or I can just shake some shit up. And he just go, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going after all the Democrats. And what is this gay F word wearing on his hand? Never bring this kid on again. I hate him. Get Bracelet Man off my screen. And somebody go check on Juan Williams. This might actually be a taxidermy job.
Yeah, I think that's a cardboard cutout.
I think Juan Williams just put a cardboard cutout or a doll of himself up in a chair, and he left to go have breakfast.
Left.
Yeah. I don't think Juan Williams is actually there.
Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother, I said what was going to go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election, spectacularly so, with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday morning.
And unlike you, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you?
That didn't really.
I'm willing
sound
to
like
admit when I'm wrong, except in 2000, in which I think I was right.
Okay, is that all? Wow, Cenk didn't even play the best parts of that. He really gets this guy to have a full-blown meltdown. Mediaite had a good clip of it, too. I don't know why Cenk didn't play this part, because this part of his quote-unquote debate with Alan Lichtman was great. This is where Cenk starts criticizing his analysis, and Alan Lichtman starts telling him, stop it. Stop personally attacking me. You're personally attacking me. And he's not. He's just saying you're an asshole and you got it wrong.
Your analysis sucks.
Yeah. Guys, we're falling way behind today. Please go ahead and rally up. We got show's been great so far. We got a great rest of the show planned for you. Let's keep the Beggy Monster at bay, if you will. I appreciate your support. Hit like, hit subscribe if you can't contribute to the show. But let's get an influx of cash in there while we're doing this program. Just a few bucks. Come on. We're at 310. We need to get down to 200 by the end of this hour. We're having some problems today. No, that's going to happen. We're going to have days like that, but we're always going to try and push to make sure we don't have those problems so we can keep this show going. So pretty pleased with cherries on top. Thank you very much. This is as invasive as I want to be. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's get them in there, and let's call it a win for the toe today. Come on, guys. Appreciate it. Let's get active in our support for Steel Toe. So here's Cenk Uygur continuing to go after Alan Lichtman. Give Cenk an ad, right?
Today's
Come on.
actually a
yes.
really exciting day.
Cenk gets an ad.
We got to unfold
Here we go.
one of these units.
Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but one, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. Look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
Couldn't
not
find
right,
them
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong, and that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well,
Boy, this is a better clip.
Oh, yeah. Dude, we're only 20 seconds into a 2-minute clip. Cenk's going to go hard on this one. And this Alan Lichtman, man, he does not like being criticized. He starts calling things cheap shots and personal attacks that are not cheap shot. Like, you saying you were right and that guy was wrong is not a cheap shot unless you're an egotistical asshole like Alan Lichtman.
Won, brother.
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Don't take cheap shots, Cenk. Hey, everyone on your side thinks you're shit, and I'm good. Gay F word. Asshole.
Don't take cheap shots. Your own people think you suck.
You can tell when someone is actually taking a cheap shot or when someone's just really too arrogant to admit that they're just as stupid as the rest of us, especially professors. Professors have the most insecurity when it comes to shit like this because they all just sit there and jerk each other off in academia and they think that it's real. And then a guy like Cenk comes in and he's like, I've had it. This election went like shit. I'm fucking mad. I'm going to take it out on Alan Lichtman. I'm just going to call him an asshole. Cenk Uygur already gave the crazy motion with his finger to his ear. He's already going, you're crazy.
Yeah,
so
right,
with
right.
Your personal
yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever point you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Look,
make it
you
personal.
don't know anything. You don't know
you
anything.
You attacked me
you're
personally.
so deluded.
Oh, right.
No, he didn't. He didn't attack you personally. He said you were wrong. Now, I understand for a guy like this, being told you're wrong feels like a personal attack, but in this case, it's just a statement of fact. Also, is Cenk Uygur growing a horn?
Or did he I don't know, I got a scar like that in my head because I headbutted like a thing once.
I don't have that scar. I told you guys that bitch was lying. This freeze frame right here tells you all you need to know about this argument. You got a water buffalo against Mason Verger face going at it.
I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program, I've never been able to finish a thought.
How many books have you published?
Oh, God, he's unhinged.
Jesus.
Cenk's got him unhinged. How many books have you published? How many sports did you letter in high school, bro? You don't know shit about football.
I was the captain of the debate team, motherfucker.
Yeah. How much pussy do you get, dude?
No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong.
So the more this guy's like, stop picking on me, the more Cenk goes, what are you going to do?
Okay, I'm no.
Yeah. Cenk's just giving him a wedgie right now. And Alan Lichtman refuses to cut his underwear before school.
So are the keys going to come out here soon? Or
no, this one doesn't have the keys. Cenk. That's why I say we can watch both clips because Cenk's clip was not Mediaite's clip.
So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn
stupid.
thought ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally.
well,
I
you
admitted
proved it.
I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
I will say I like Harry Sisson in this clip because he's enjoying it.
He's just laughing at it. Yeah.
And Juan Williams' face is not fucking changed.
Nothing is shaking this man. Someone get a mirror in front of his face now.
Bro, I'm telling you, that is not Juan Williams. That is a cutout. That is a two-dimensional image on the screen. And Piers is just sitting there going, oh, looks like I can take the day off. I just let these two go at it. This is great.
Okay.
Can I just say, it's great to see you Democrats all getting along so well.
Oh, Piers even slipping a shot in. Do you think Alan Lichtman is going to have a sense of humor about this in the next 45 seconds?
No.
Probably not. Probably not.
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
We're just one right now.
Cenk just shushed Alan Lichtman, and now Alan Lichtman folded his arms and he has a pout on his face.
Oh, damn.
And Juan Williams blinked. So
he's alive.
He's alive.
Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut-up juice, so can you just shut
The jerk store called and they're running out of you.
up for a second and let someone who knows what they're doing.
You're so right, Pierre.
You're so right. We're so unified right now.
You want, I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't
blasphemy. This motherfucker's Jesus now.
I will not stand here while you come against the church of me.
I think Eric Adams was right. Too many homos. I think he nailed it.
Attacks for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that. You don't boost
blasphemy
your ego
against you. Who the hell are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser?
Cenk is killing it. Dude, Cenk is awesome. And I'm a Cenk Uygur guy now.
20 Harry Sisson off the screen. He's not important.
Dude.
We don't need him.
We don't need
disposable.
We don't need his Asian eyes and his fucking anime face. Get him the fuck off the screen.
Okay, can I just...
we in so much trouble.
Give the correct answer for once.
There's the end of the clip.
God damn it, that was awesome.
Fucking right on, Piers. Way to go. Cenk, bravo. I want to see... Dude, I want to see way more of this Alan Lichtman just losing his fucking mind. That's what I want. I just want to see more and more Alan Lichtman losing his shit today. Hey, look at this. Copperhead with $50. Thank you very much, Copperhead.
Thank you.
Copperhead says, no one likes a beggy monster. Glad to see the duo back today. Thank you. That puts us a little back on track. Guys, the beggy monster stays at bay if we can get this thing to 200 by the top of the hour. Thank you very much, Copperhead. That puts us at 270. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, when shut up juice doesn't work, do you feed them a knuckle sandwich? I'll see myself out for that garbage joke. McBuster says, this guy's entire reputation was built upon always calling the elections correctly. This time he was wrong, and it's so funny that he's being such a total bitch about it. He's shaking. Democrats suck. Actually, what we're finding out is that some Democrats don't suck.
Some of them can be actually rather entertaining and funny.
I love that people are coming out with other put-downs that they could have used. MSO says pusshead. Oh, my God. Cenk Uygur fucking taking Alan Lichtman apart is fantastic. Hit the like button. Let me see if I can find... Now I want to watch more Alan Lichtman. Alan Lichtman.
Just when Cenk and... was it Cenk that said they debated before? Just as soon as you knew that those two had like clashed in a debate thing before, I'm like, oh, there's blood in the water and a history. We've got fun here.
You want to hear his prediction on July 30th?
Yes.
Here we go.
It's real simple. If 5 or fewer keys go against the White House party, they're predicted winners. If 6 or more go against the White House party, they're predicted losers. So 6 strikes and you're out.
He's projecting a Harris victory, and he believes what happens on the campaign trail doesn't really matter anyway.
Looking at conventional campaigning, Hillary Clinton should have won on a landslide. She won all the debates. She had a better ground game. She had raised more money. She had more ads. We had the big October surprise with Donald Trump confessing on tape to sexually assaulting women. So, no, conventional campaigning has never made a difference.
Better ground game. Excuse me, was Trump not the one with the 15,000 person rallies?
No, he's talking about the Hillary Clinton one.
I know. He said Hillary Clinton had a better ground game. I'm calling bullshit on that.
I don't remember.
Oh, this guy. Somebody says he went to the barber shop and asked them for the Simple Jack. Who predicted Kamala's hair realizes he was wrong. Oh, should we do you want to see the moment Alan Rickman realized his prediction was wrong?
Yes. So we have election night, Alan Rickman.
Or we have Alan Rickman says misinformation is to blame for his incorrect prediction. You want to watch him find out he was wrong, or do you want to watch him cope?
Can we watch him find out he's wrong and then watch him cope?
Ooh, all right. Let's see. You guys want to?
That calls
you guys
into
want to watch?
question.
You guys want to watch some Alan Rickman today? Oh, I remember this clip. I just didn't know that was him. Okay.
Professor Alan Lichtman. He says his 13 keys are how he makes his predictions for the White House. Here's the moment he realized his prediction was wrong.
All right, let's count it up. What did he say? If 6 of them go against the White House party, they'll lose.
Right.
And he predicted a Harris victory. So, and again, this is all based on his bias. His opinion on these keys is based on his bias, and he's clearly a liberal guy. Party mandate. Dude, Trump, big time. He crushed in the primary, and Kamala Harris was just picked. Contest, I don't even know what that means. Incumbency, that goes for Harris. Third party, dude, Trump has Democrats in his cabinet. He had RFK Jr., who was the third party guy, so that's Trump.
Okay.
Short-term economy, that goes to Trump because nobody has any money. They're not spending. I talked to somebody else yesterday. Like, this is like the 5th or 6th person in a different industry that I talked to where they said, we're having our worst year ever this year.
It's the worst year
ever. Just the worst fucking year of all time. Long-term economy, I'm not smart enough to know what that means. Policy change, define that. I don't know. Social unrest, Trump for sure. People are fucking incensed. Scandal, that goes for Trump because Biden has the laptop. And, well, no, because that was Biden, not Harris. So we'll say, wow. Foreign/military failure. People were fed up with Ukraine and Israel and all that shit. Foreign/military success, that goes for Trump because Harris and Biden had Afghanistan and all this other horse shit that nobody wants. Incumbent charisma, she doesn't have that one. Challenger charisma, Trump has that one. So that's at least 7 keys that went for Trump. How did this fucker predict a Harris victory?
Because it's what he wanted.
Right. He wanted the Harris victory, so that's what he called.
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah.
She needs to make up 170,000 votes.
I don't see it. The big Democratic counties are mostly in.
No, yeah. Shit.
I just don't see it. Good thing I have nothing to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I took off work.
Yeah, that's how you become a really good predictor. See about the result. You shouldn't have a dog in the fight. You should be the predictor guy. You should be above having emotions about the result. Not Alan Lichtman.
Tomorrow.
And I'm not doing any interviews.
Good.
I'm done with that.
Listen to Pouty Pants. Cenk Uygur is 100% right about him. He just can't handle the fact
that he got it wrong.
He got it wrong. Dude, it happens. If I pouted and walked off the show every time I was wrong, I'd be selling cars. I would have never even made it to the radio. Are you kidding me?
So what happens to the keys now? Well, Professor Alan Lichtman is here with us tonight to tell us what he thinks went wrong. Professor, thank you for joining us tonight. I mean, we've talked many times where the...
Stop with the personal attacks. I won't stand for this blasphemy against me.
Actually, Laura Coates has had a tendency since this election to kind of been attacking the Democrats for being stupid and afraid of a bunch of stuff. But my favorite thing is, like, she points out that their ideas are, harebrained or stupid, or that they're reacting out of fear. And I'm like, yeah, I wonder who put them there, Laura.
Shit is fun. I love watching this stuff.
Keys wrong, or was your interpretation off this time?
Uh-oh.
I think the fundamental problem was the keys, not my interpretation. No one's convinced me that was.
Oh, of course. It was the keys. It was the inanimate object. It wasn't your analysis of it. The keys were fucked up.
Officer, I am perfectly fine. The car is drunk.
Wrong. There are unique features. I've always said, some unique features could break the patterns of history, and I think that's happened here. First of all, a unique feature specific to this election. And you've heard me say this before. I was very critical of the Democrats for openly and viciously trashing their sitting president right out in public. I have never seen that before, and I've studied politics since the founding. And we saw Biden's...
So wait a minute. You saw all this. See, this is why this guy's full of shit and why he's blaming the wrong thing. He's sitting there going, I've never seen this before. They attacked their sitting president. Well, then why'd you predict her to win?
Yeah. So you're saying because they attacked their sitting president, you're allowed to be completely wrong?
Yeah, you were still completely wrong, asshole. You read the tea leaves wrong. Stop it. That's a personal attack. Boy, is he thin-skinned. I'm done with Alan Lichtman, honestly. Because it's just going to be the rest of this.
Yep.
The rest of the interview is just going to be him talking to this black lady about why he wasn't wrong and you should totes trust him. And why you start huffing your own farts and that's what happens. Like the reason people are going to like you and the reason people are going to listen to you is because you come off as humble. You come off as a guy who like, oh boy, I fucked that one up and got it wrong. I think that's why people are kind of liking Cenk this time around. Cenk's going, boy, we got our asses kicked, and here's why we did it. I don't know. I like Cenk's way of doing things, not Alan Lichtman. 270 away from today, guys. Let's get it to 200 before the end of this hour. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support. All right, let's do the dog tossing story from New Jersey. A guy, I want to say that I think this guy started with good intentions. He wanted to take dogs to the Humane Society.
How was he planning to get him there?
Well, I don't know if this was after hours or if he was really busy and he couldn't just run in. But some would argue, and the authorities are arguing, that he went about it the wrong way. Let's go ahead and check it out.
No good.
We have an update this morning on a dog and the man caught on video tossing the pit bull mix over the fence at the...
Oh, not guilty. What are we doing here? I thought he was throwing like cute dogs. I thought he was throwing like real dogs over a fence.
I was told this was a story about puppies, not man-eating murderers.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was throwing the fucking Adolf Hitler of dogs over a fence. Like, what's the problem here? First of all,
you get pissed when people in Florida wrestle crocodiles? I mean, who cares?
Yeah. When they grab the Burmese pythons out of the Everglades and cut them open for their eggs, do you guys cry, you fucking pussies? Dude, and if you throw a pit bull over a fence, first of all...
You're just going to piss it off.
Yeah, like, first of all, holy shit, you're strong. Second of all, I'm worried you're going to hurt the pavement. And that shit's expensive, dude.
Humane Society of Atlantic County. It happened July 15th in the middle of the night. Prosecutors say this is the second time the 23-year-old Jalil McGee...
Oh, fuck you.
Come on.
You didn't throw the dog. It's not cool to just kind of dump it like that.
And what is that, a deer? Jesus Christ. That thing's huge.
Again, I was told puppy. Where is the puppy in this?
First of all, if this dog would have won that fight he was in, he wouldn't be in this position. How about we train harder, fuckface? You're not about that life. And besides, this black guy who threw him over the fence, it's fine. Some single mom will go ahead and scoop this thing right up.
And then she'll find him, too. It'll be a happy reunion until the pregnancy test comes in.
I'm going out with this pretty white bitch tonight. Oh, yeah, really? Yeah, I'm going to go pick her up right now. Goes and picks her up. It's dogs at the front door. Like, oh, fuck. I was going to wait till I knocked her up before I ran out of here, but now I might have to skedaddle.
McNeil has dumped dogs this way and that the dog had severe scarring from burns on her back.
Oh, that's definitely a fighting dog then. That's 100% a fighting dog. Well, then you should be happy that he tossed him over the fence. You should be.
Yeah, where's the loss here? Again, not really tossed, more of just a drop.
Yeah, I'm impressed by his ability to pick the dog up and get him up that high. Good for him. Good legs. Doesn't skip leg day, this guy. And also, so now a guy who abuses a dog got rid of it. He's not going to be able to abuse the dog anymore.
Well, apparently he's done this with multiple dogs. My question would be, were they all pit bulls?
My answer is,
so then we need to ask, what's he doing with all these dogs? He keeps having these problems with these breeds. Why is it an issue?
It's very strange. Yeah, why isn't he fighting border collies? Why isn't he fighting golden retrievers? I mean, all dogs are the same, right? It's just the owner.
Right? Yeah.
Isn't that the argument? Yeah. So why don't we see more fighting rings with golden retrievers? You know what? I want pit bull owners to shut the fuck up for a second. You guys don't get to talk about your dog breed until you answer that question. That's what I'm deciding. Because for years we've been going round and round on this, and you guys keep bullshitting, and I keep trying to tell you the truth. We don't get to move this conversation forward until you answer me, why are pit bulls the dogs they fight with? Go ahead. Why? You could gather 15 golden retrievers into a group and you could train them the same way that you train these fighting pit bulls, and you would not.
Rottweilers, Dobermans.
Yeah. You would not get a golden retriever fighting ring. You wouldn't. So why pit bulls? Huh?
Last week.
How many times does the same breed have to rip a 3-year-old's throat out before you admit there might be a little bit of a correlation there? There might be a reason.
First rule of Lassie Club. You don't talk about Lassie Club.
And what was Lassie? Was that a border collie?
Yep, Lassie's a border collie.
I don't see Lassie fucking ripping another border collie's throat out for money. I just don't see it.
Week, a grand jury indicted McNeil on several counts of animal cruelty. Humane Society officials say the dog, who's now named Snooky, is doing great with her new adoptive family.
Oh, look, we paint its nails and put Bret Hart sunglasses on her to hide the fact that she'll probably kill somebody.
And it's a nanny dog now.
Oh, isn't that cute? It's a trans dog more than anything. Gay dog. Made the dog gay. It's going to lash out at whoever did this. Yeah, it's
honestly, if it murdered whoever painted its toenails pink, I'd be like, yeah, I get it.
That would be fine. You know, I think they're being too hard on this guy. Like they're talking about how like, oh, he threw it over the fence and he's a terrible guy and this and that. It's like, okay, the guy was torturing the dog, abusing it. It had burn marks on his back. What's he gonna do? Walk in the front door and hand it over? No. He's
Let's be clear. Is this not the best scenario possible? Like, the guy doesn't have the dog anymore.
Right. Lander says there was a reason Mike Vick didn't pick poodles to fight. Exactly.
Well, let's be honest. How badass would a Chihuahua fighting ring be like? Like, just to watch those little bastards go at each other.
Golden Retriever Fight Clubs. Guy Sartell says if you put boxing gloves on them, they would be called golden gloves. Ugh. Andrew's son says the pit bull's aggression is a result of social disadvantage and systemic discrimination. Oh, that's what it is, because they have to go to the shitty schools.
Right.
Day One Salt says pit bulls are the cutest boys that didn't do nothing. Exactly. Chips and Diff says the Humane Society is turning the frickin' dogs gay. Cashco says real men get chihuahuas. Fucking A right, brother. Fucking A right. Real men get chihuahuas. You hit the nail right on the head. Thank you to Coltrane with $1. He says, Pitbull, no crime committed. Self-defense for sure. Attaboy, this guy gets it. All right, guys, we're 270 away from today's goal. We are 20 minutes away from 8 o'clock. Rally up. Throw something in the PayPal, man. Throw something in the Venmo. Let's get under $200 by 8 o'clock so we don't have to worry about being the stupid e-beggars that we are here on Steel Toe. What do you say, boys and girls? Hit like, hit subscribe. Where are we at? We're at almost 900.
Yeah, there you go.
We're at about 900. We're not going to get to 1,000 today. Fucking meme copium. But let's throw $5-10 at the toe, man. Come on, let's get going. We had one person throw in 50. That's about That's the big drop we've got today. But let's all work together. You can see we're 18 minutes away from the top of the hour. The beg monster is definitely starting to emerge from his cave. Let's keep him at bay and throw in a few bucks. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for keeping us on the air. You want to stay in the animal realm so we can get a break from politics for a little bit here? We've also got Mad Dog Russo with a great rant on the Tyson-Paul fight. Dude, Mad Dog is one of those guys who you don't even bother telling him not to take sports too seriously, because Mad Dog Russo yells about sports the way like a general would yell about war. I mean, and he's good at it too. Like Chris Russo is one of the best sports guys out there. He's fantastic, but he's got this cartoonish East Coast accent. It's high pitched. He's like a yipping chihuahua, and he just fucking gives her every time out. Everybody 5 or 10, get in that PayPal and that Venmo right now. Let's knock it down, get it to 200 by 8 o'clock. Thank you, guys. All right, Johnny, here's one you'll like. This story's just for you. Let's play this for Johnny, man. For Johnny.
The search now on for that person who shot a cat with an arrow in Philadelphia's Strawberry Mansion neighborhood.
Like, look, man, I'm not the biggest cat guy in the world, but what the fuck are you shooting kittens with an arrow for?
Yeah, dude, fuck you. Wow, why?
You're even, like, I'm the most insensitive guy towards cats there are, and that's a dickhead move, dude. What did the cat do? And by the way, I have a feeling that Strawberry Mansion neighborhood is remarkably misleading.
Strawberry Mansion neighborhood?
Yeah. I feel like there aren't a lot of strawberries or mansions in Strawberry Mansion.
Action News reporter Leland Pender joins us live from the Pennsylvania SPCA in Juniata Park with more on this investigation. Leland, what are you learning about this?
Well, Gray, staff here at the Pennsylvania SPCA estimate this cat is between just 1 and 2 years old. Thankfully, now she's recovering well here, but there's an investigation to find out who is behind this act of animal cruelty.
I tell you, man, April's really gone off the rails. April, that's not a deer. What are you doing? I know you're desperate to bag something before the end of the season. It sounds like it's not going to be a wedding ring, but like, come on. We're not going to shoot cats, all right? Maybe that's the new job. She's the food supply gatherer for the Chinese restaurant.
Hey, man, people said cat's good eating.
She's kind, she's sweet, and she seems to love human company.
Luckily, her spirits are definitely not impacted.
But this cat...
Well, of course not. The last time this cat was a bitch, she got shot with an arrow.
Luckily, her spirits are definitely not impacted. Yeah, but her guts were.
Right. She definitely got the old intestines shifted, not in the fun way.
Named Kamiko by the staff at the Pennsylvania SPCA has been through a lot.
Just to really see like the arrow in her is heartbreaking.
Kamiko was shot with an arrow.
Holy Jesus!
Oh.
You shot a cat in the ass.
Dude, what a fucking asshole. I'm sorry. I'd love to sit here and do my usual gimmick where cats are pieces of shit and I fucking hate them and Caligula the whole damn race. But, dude, that's an asshole move.
You literally, you shot a cat in the asshole.
Dude, right through the tail. Look at that.
I'm betting it's on top of the tail.
Is that does a tail have a bone in it?
Yeah, tails have bones in it all the way to the end.
Oh, fuck. Looks like it missed anything important, though.
Hopefully.
It's like Tom Waits in Buster Scruggs. It didn't hit anything important. It didn't hit anything important.
This X-ray image shows the injury. The SPCA says a person caring for her colony made the discovery last week.
Jesus.
Made the discovery. Yeah, you got some cat limping along going, meow, meow. It's got an arrow sticking out of its asshole.
Caring for a colony. In other words, nursing the problem.
Right. In other words, you know, maybe the answer is maybe a few more arrows.
I'm just saying, if you're like wild cats, caring for a colony of wild cats, you got a problem there because they are hunter hunters on their own, so they kind of can forage for their own food. If you're going to just keep feeding them, just going to keep reproducing, you got a problem here.
The dichotomy of cat when you are both hunter and hunted. Poor thing.
The severity of the injury, we were really concerned about whether or not she would even make it.
Thankfully, after emergency surgery, Kimiko survived and continues to recover. SPCA law enforcement believe the act of animal cruelty.
Oh, yeah, that leaves a scar.
Oh, that poor cat.
It was intentional.
They believe it was intentional. Oh, good, because I'd hate to think that somebody accidentally shot a cat in the ass.
And then just fucking left it that way.
Yeah. Like Happy Gilmore hitting the golf ball through the window. Whoops. Let's go back inside. Guy shouldn't have been standing there.
Somebody who was clearly shooting with intent to harm.
You can see those two cats right behind me here.
Yep, I told you, Strawberry Mansion neighborhood. No strawberries, no mansions. That is not a hopeful place.
The 2100 block of North 31st Street in Strawberry Mansion. This is the area where the Pennsylvania SPCA says Kimiko was found, and they're asking anyone with any information to please come forward.
It's really important to report cruelty when you see it happening.
Even though Kimiko is doing well.
Look, man, I hate cats with a passion. If I see one with an arrow sticking out of its ass, I'm going to tell somebody. I'm going to be like, all right, I guess I should intervene on this one.
Doctors continue to monitor her, and she may need another surgery. Staff are looking forward to her being well enough for adoption.
And we see a lot of really sad stories come through these doors, and outcomes like this really make it worth it.
Yeah, not out of the woods yet, but staff are confident that
You better get out of the woods. That's where a lot of the hunters are.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna get another arrow in your ass if you're in the woods.
Get your ass out of the woods. If you've learned nothing else from all this, it's stay away from wooded areas.
4 weeks ago, we'd have you walking down the street with an arrow in your ass.
It is interesting though. Like, when did the inner city switch from guns to bow and arrows? Like, is it getting more medieval?
They're going back to their roots.
Yeah. Well, no, they're not throwing spears at the cats.
Like I said, they're going back there. It's a transition.
Do they hold the arrow sideways when they shoot it, or
they hold the bow sideways?
Yeah.
Kimiko will make a full recovery. If you know anything about what happened to her, you're asked to call or email the Pennsylvania SPCA Animal Cruelty Hotline. We have that information posted for you online.
It'd be funny if you called up the SPCA and you were like, yeah, you told me to call if I knew what happened. Like, yeah, what do you know? Clearly shot with an arrow. I guess we know that.
You guys wanted me, I was about to say the same thing. I was like, can I just call and be like, hey, I know what happened. Someone shot that cat in the ass with an arrow.
MSO calling it feline apocalypto. Don't let the Spanish in that neighborhood. The Buffalo jockey with $1 says Aaron doesn't know asses have tailbones. Apparently, he needs to skip his law school of Law and Order to watch Grey's Anatomy. I don't know. I don't have a tail. I'm not Jason Alexander in Shallow
You have
Hell,
a dog, though. Your dog's tail has bones in it.
I didn't know. I thought it was like noses, and they just had like cartilage and shit.
No.
I don't know. I guess I never paid enough attention.
All right, dog can break his tail.
All right, guys. We are it's not going well today. Not going well. Let's rally up. 270 is the number. 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. We need to be to keep the begging at bay. To keep us going for another hour without begging for money, we need to be at $200 by 8 o'clock. Please, would appreciate. We've had a perfect week so far, but it's definitely come at me. I gave the overtime last night just for free, just hoping they would knock out the last 90, and one guy did. It was very nice of them, but pretty pleased, man. Couple bucks if you got it to spare, man. Throw it at us. We need to get this thing moving today. It's been a rough week. I mean, we've knocked them all out, but we've had to really be. I've been egregious. I really have. I've bothered you this week, and I apologize. I apologize for that. I'm just I can't get paid if you don't ask. So I'm asking. I'll keep asking because that 270 number represents us breaking even for the day. So thank you very much For those of you who have contributed thus far, click the links, man. That's all I ask. Click the PayPal, click the Streamlabs, click the Venmo, throw in Rumble Rants, throw in Super Chats. Love you, power of positivity. Hey, we're going to do this show as long as these goals keep getting knocked out, and someday it's all, look, someday it's, it won't be there, and we'll smile through it, but I'm going to fight like hell to make sure we can keep doing this show until then. So thank you very much in advance. If you're feeling so moved by the Spirit to donate to our program, boy, I sure would be eternally grateful for your generosity and showing your appreciation for the program. Mr. Me says, I ain't got much. Here's a $5. Hey.
Thank you.
That is not ain't got much. That's all. That's literally all it takes. So when we sit here and we tell you guys, oh, come on, please. It's not like we're saying, hey, everybody be copperhead and drop 50. Literally, just throw a $5. If you ain't got much and you can throw a $5, you understand we have enough fans. We have enough listeners that if they all did that, we'd knock this thing out. We'd knock this thing out in the first hour. And we'd shut the fuck up and we'd do ourselves a nice little show. So we're good. Let's go to Dive Bar with $20 over on Rumble. Thank you very much. He says, equal rights for Johnny, suck a dick, Andrew, and as always, fuck Democrats. Who's Andrew?
Yeah, what did Andrew do?
Are we using this show to settle old scores? Vidam with $5 says St. Paul School's news story about COVID-19 funding. Oh, all right, I'm in. Thank you very much. See, look at that. That knocks $25 off today's goal. Thank you, guys. 240 away from today. There you go. Few more people, and we'll be down at 200 by 8 o'clock, and we can shut the fuck up and stop bothering you. Isn't that something? Thank you to everybody who just threw in, and look what $5 can do. Perfect.
Thank you.
It all started with $5. King Kong Dong says drop 50 or else. Hey, King Kong Dong, you'll notice no drama. I'll go back. I'll go fucking do drama stories. Are you kidding me? I'll do whatever pays the bills.
What? I thought we were all done with drama. Wasn't the last drama me yesterday? We already covered that, so we're good. That's all the drama.
Yeah, but see, that killed donations. That was not a drama. We were actually on our way to knocking it out yesterday pretty easy.
Yeah, I felt really, really bad about that. I was worried I torpedoed your show.
It's not your fault if these other people wouldn't have made fun of you for not voting.
Oh, well, the voting part didn't really bother me. That's why I didn't vote.
Never would have been an issue. So let's go Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. 5 minutes. Here's Master Sparky with $10 over on PayPal. Guys. 230 away from, we're $30 away from being at 200 by 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. $5 from Buffalo Jockey. He says, I don't know who Andrew is, but fuck Andrew. It's Mr. Approachable that's not okay with drama. I'm sorry, King Kong Dong. We're 230 away from knocking it out now. If you guys, look, I don't mind whoever this Andrew is, but if you guys want to throw in money just to say fuck Andrew, you know me, I'm down. Whatever makes money, whatever makes dollars makes sense to this old boy. All right, guys, thank you very much. 230 away, 4 minutes from 8. Let's get it down to 200, and then I legally have to shut up between 8 and 9 o'clock until someone throws money at us. So you've almost got the begging taken care of. Thank you. Mad Dog Russo went on a rant about Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Now, I think the only people who are ranting and raving and angry about the Mike Tyson fight, in my opinion, are people who are just, they were expecting
Mike Tyson to lay him out or something?
They were expecting too much of this fight to begin with.
You didn't realize one of the people in it is like fucking 60 years old?
Yes. 58 years old. I've been saying for months, I've been screaming from the rooftops, like, this is not going to be competitive. Jake Paul's going to beat Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is 58 years old. He's 30 years past his prime. Jake Paul can box. If Jake Paul, what I was saying was if Jake Paul doesn't beat Mike Tyson, he should quit boxing forever. And there's really no win for Jake here other than the paycheck he's going to cash. Jake could have knocked him out, but I think he realized, a little more than halfway through the fight what a bad look that would be if he knocked out Mike Tyson. And so Mad Dog Russo went on this, super rant about the fight. And don't get me wrong, what we're about to play you is very entertaining, but I don't understand why people are this worked up. First of all, you didn't have to pay for it.
Right.
It was free. And look, in terms of the service, you got what you paid for. I mean, boy, did Netflix give you a free presentation of a buffering nightmare for the Tyson-Paul fight. But again, it's if you expected this to be Ali Frazier 3, that's your fault, not Jake Paul and Mike Tyson's fault. Here's what I truly believe. If an idiot like me can see what this is, then a guy like Chris Russo can't be mad about it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, looking at it, just one, because I hate is a strong word. I kind of dislike Jake Paul, so I wanted to see Paul lose. So that was a personal vested interest. But I had hope that, like, Tyson still had, like, power to throw out, and that would be his kind of saving grace, is his skill and the power. But that was not enough, as we saw.
I have a question. Why do people hate Jake Paul? I don't get it.
He's just been a trolly person. He started out as an internet trolly person. He switched off of that. And now it's just his personality.
Right. I know he was a douche before, but like now he's busting his ass. He's becoming a professional boxer. He's getting.
Yeah, but he still does douchey stuff in the leads up to it. I don't want to see the guy like seriously hurt. I just want to see him lose a fight. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. 'Cause yeah, I heard people say like, "Oh man, people fucking hate Jake Paul," and I'm like, I don't know. Like, as a boxing fan, I love that more people are watching boxing, and that's because of him, partially.
Right.
Some of it Canelo, Usyk, Fury, and all that. Hey, you know what I really respect about Chris Russo? Look at the cheap-ass webcam that he's got.
Shit.
That looks like my webcam.
I think that is.
That looks like what I'm working with.
I have one of these.
That makes me feel good. Old Chris Russo. All right, let's listen to Russo's thoughts on Tyson-Paul.
I'm amazed that that our sports values have dipped to this low level. I was home Friday night. I forgot all about it. I wouldn't have put that damn thing on, as I always like to say. Mike used to tell me this. If they had it in my backyard, I would have pulled the blinds.
Chris Russo is one of those guys who, as he gets older, is going to get funnier. Because if you have a guy who's in his 40s and he's yelling like this about sports and I'm not going to watch it anymore and it's terrible, it's like, okay, that's kind of grating and obnoxious. But if he's 75 and he's still shouting like that, that's going to be great.
Yeah, everybody listening is like, how soon until his heart explodes?
Yeah, and you know what I love about Mad Dog is that he starts shouting. Like, he doesn't, there's not a build, there's not a crescendo. He's on the story right away, and he's screaming about it.
I mean, who in America, and I'll tell you, Steve Torrey watched it, which is a sad case of affairs for Steve. Instead of preparing as he should have for that, but you know, Steve, it's culture. It's 65 million people watching it, I guess.
God, if I'm this Steve guy, I really kind of feel sold down the river. It's like, do your fucking rant about the Tyson fight. Don't sit here and talk about it. Because now his whole audience is going, yeah, Steve, you asshole.
Finger pointing gets us nowhere. Steve.
Steve is his asshole. He watched the fight. Steve's a piece of shit. Everybody. Mad Dog Russo is like sports Kevin Brennan.
Yeah.
Steve watched the fight. Steve's a piece of shit. Wow. I can't believe Steve watched this thing. Hit the like button.
I mean, it's the social thing. It's 65 million people, I guess.
65 people watch the fight. Steve watched it. Steve should have been doing something else. That's a fact, Jack. Oh. I mean, now we're going to bring in my new co-host, Chad Zumach. Chad, what do you think of the whole thing?
Fuck you, Aaron.
Oh.
And everybody talks about it, so Steve has to be part of it because he refuses to be sort of an old fart out in the wind, not being involved with everybody else is involved in. That's
Jesus. It's poor Steve. The fuck did Steve do to anybody?
Who is? I now need to know who Steve is. Apparently, we're going to street level, and I don't.
I don't know who Steve is. I know he's a stupid asshole, though, thanks to Chris Russo. I know Steve's a dumb dick who I shouldn't take seriously. And that's the thing, you know. Tyson-Paul was a stupid fight, but, Steve's a dumber motherfucker if I haven't watched the thing. There's no doubt in my mind. I know two things about Friday night. That fight shouldn't have been on television, and Steve's a fucking retard. Wow.
Get your Brennan drop ready. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, this fight is over. It's done. It's dead. You can tag it and bag it.
I wasn't going to do the rhyme. I thought you were going to do this one. You're like, Tyson-Paul fight was a terrible fight. If Steve was watching the damn thing, if there's one thing I could say to Steve,
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
I mean, I guess, okay, that works.
I was going to go with that one because you and I were thinking the same thing. I had my Brendan drop and you had yours.
We both had it lined up.
Tiebreaker goes to the host in that in that instance. I'll tell you the thing is you have Steve there. Steve's watching the fucking thing. I punched Steve in the dick when I saw him at the office today. Steve told me, did you see the Tyson-Paul fight? I hit him with a baseball bat.
Steve's MO, 100%. But he's a sports fan, so shame on him. How anybody...
He really is. I thought I was exaggerating, but he keeps going back to what an asshole Steve is. I love that
he's a sports fan. Shame on him for watching a boxing.
That's the other thing. If Steve was some kind of stupid Big Ten housewife who doesn't watch sports, I would be fine if he watched it. But Steve's a sports fan. Steve shouldn't be watching this. I like my Mad Dog Russo. It may not be very accurate, but I like my Mad Dog.
It's fun.
It's a character impression, not a voice impression. That's the other thing. If there's some dumb bitch bimbo who's just watching it to get along, that's fine. But Steve's a sports fan. Steve should have known better. So when Steve came in today, we did Saudi Arabian punishment. I cut one of his hands off. Steve came in today. He said, I watched Tyson-Paul. I took his wallet. I threw it in the Hudson River. But I'm trying to say. So anyway, we're talking about this Tyson-Paul fight. We're going to talk about the NFL a little bit later. But did I mention that Steve is a fucking dick? Fuck Steve. Fuck Steve in his ass. I want to go back to the start of the Steve rant, see how much it sidetracks him.
For that, but Steve, it's culture. It's 65 million people watching it, I guess, and everybody talks about it. So Steve has to be part of it.
That's right. Steve's got no brain and no dick. Steve's a dickless, gutless piece of shit. I hate Steve. I hope Steve dies today.
Steve's got nothing to add to the conversation, so he just goes where everyone else is. What are you talking about? Fuck Steve.
Steve watched that. No. Here's the thing. Steve watched that Tyson fight. So I made him an appointment with an oncologist. I hope he has cancer. I hope Steve dies of cancer. I hope Steve gets pancreatic cancer, gets diagnosed with it, and dies in the same day. Because he watched that goddamn Tyson fight.
I could forgive anyone for watching it if they would never seen what a boxing fight was before. But Steve is a sports fan. How are you watching a sport as a sports fan?
Shame on you, Steve. Suck a dick. Shame on you. Steve's a Nazi. Steve voted for Trump and he watched that fight. I think if we killed Steve in a gas chamber, we would be justified. I think if we stood Steve on his head against the wall and we threw rocks at him until he was dead, it would be fine. Steve has been seduced by the whore of Babylon.
He refuses to.
I just love that Russo is just shitting all over Steve.
I have no idea.
I want to go back and hear the last name. Maybe he's like a coach or something. I don't know.
I mean, who in America? And I'll tell you, Steve Torrey watched it.
Steve Torrey?
Who's Steve Torrey?
I want to figure out who this Steve Torrey is.
I'll tell you, Steve Torrey watched it. None of you know who the fuck he is, but let me lay him out for you right now.
I'm not Steve Torrey?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Steve Torrey? It's just his fucking neighbor.
I have Steve Torrey, American trombonist. I don't think that's who he's talking about.
That's who he's pissed at.
Look at this! Look at this trombone playing piece of shit. He watched a Tyson fight. I took his trombone. I hooked the mouth part up to my mouth. I put the other end up to his asshole, and I blew hot air into it. I said, "Steve, you deserve this." I'm watching that goddamn Tyson fight. I don't know who he is. He was in the Saturday Night Live band. Is that who he's talking about?
Again, what is that? Your neighbor? What the hell?
Oh, Steve Torrey. Oh, that's his program director at SiriusXM.
Oh.
So this poor office guy who's not out front, who's not on the air,
is getting flamed by one of his employees.
My program director, cunt that he is, watch this stupid fucking thing. I hope Steve dies today. I hope he's shot by a Negro. Jesus.
Which is a sad case of affairs for Steve. Instead of preparing as he should have for that, for that. But you know, Steve, it's culture. It's 65 million people watching it, I guess, and everybody.
Dude, obviously, humble brag. I've been in radio, and I've talked about my bosses on the air. I can tell you right now, I've done these kind of rants before. This isn't a bit. Russo hates his program director. Because he's belittling him, like he's chortling about him. He hates his program director because, like, the talent, the guy who's behind the microphone, we always think the program director's fucking useless and we're the only reason they're there. If we have, like, good ratings and shit. It's like the program director's a dumb dick asshole. So I'm guessing that Steve tried to, like, big time Russo. So Russo's like, well, I'll use my microphone and I'll talk about what a piece of shit asshole Steve Torrey is. And I don't mean the trombonist.
Talks about it, so Steve has to be part of it because he refuses to be sort of an old fart out in the wind, not being involved with everybody else is involved. And that's Steve's MO, 100%. But
dude, he fucking hates Steve.
He hates Steve.
I love that I wanted to do this segment to listen to Russo talk about Paul Tyson, and I was like, I want to learn more about Steve.
Yeah, now we're just enjoying the inner office politics of him and Steve.
His family calls him, hey, Steve, are you on Twitter today? No, don't go on there. Why? Everybody's talking about how
stay off the internet.
Chris Mad Dog Russo thinks you're a fucking retard. and you're a spineless jellyfish who just goes along to get along with the rest of pop culture. A bunch of people went up and they jumped off a bridge. Steve would do it. Steve would jump off the bridge, too, because Steve, he's a fucking dipshit. Hit the like button.
65 million jumpers, I guess.
Yeah. It's 65 million people jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. Steve would do it, too. Wow.
He's a sports fan.
I can't do my Mad Dog. I start choking. If 65 million people became Nazis and started euthanizing people, you know what Steve would say?
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Jesus. Steve's a follower. He's not a leader.
And so shame on him.
Steve would have worked at Auschwitz. Steve would have killed Jews. Jesus.
How anybody on Friday night could even think that this would be worth watching, I am absolutely amazed. Let Jerry Jones watch it. He don't know. He wants to go crazy because it's in Arlington. I'm shocked that anybody who considers themselves and I guess it was like the highest betted fight in Vegas' history. You deserve to lose if you bet this fight.
I hope you lost all your money and none of your kids will talk to you anymore, you worthless piece of shit.
I got to be honest with you guys. I hope your wife left you. I hope you bet. I hope your gambling addiction cost you your family. You should all lose your families for betting on this fight. How am I Italian and Jewish at the same time? It's bananas. I hope you gambled on this fight, you lost, your wife left you, and your kids murdered you. I hope you were killed for betting on this fight. I hope you were found guilty of a crime you didn't commit. You went to prison and you were sodomized if you bet on this fight. And I hope all of that happened to you in the span of from Friday to now. Justice system doesn't move that fast.
I mean,
and you know who would go to prison with you? Fucking Steve. Steve's a piece of shit.
8 rounds, 2 minutes a round with an old fart like Tyson who's 60 years old, 58 years of age, who was shot 34 years ago. I watched that fight at the aforementioned Tucker's with my old late great buddy Ernie Cashonas with, believe it or not, O.J. Simpson.
Or easy. Jesus. We were so mad about that Tyson fight afterwards that O.J. went out and just killed a Mexican. O.J. just went out and murdered a guy. We were like, O.J., you can't do that. He's like, I'm not done.
After that fight was over, we had to go out and stab him.
I was so upset about the last Tyson fight I was at. I shot Tupac. My God.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't know Russo was at the Selden fight and then shot Tupac Shakur.
Oh, my God.
That's right. I've been tired of Mike Tyson for a long time. And you can blame me for shooting Tupac. That's fine. It's actually Mike's fault. Bruce Seldon took a dive. I stand by that. My Russo is turning into Seinfeld.
Against
What's going on with all these people wanting to fight Mike Tyson?
What is the deal with this Tyson fight? What is the deal? I hate Steve. He's like Kramer.
Against Buster Douglas on a Saturday night. And because that was in the daytime in Tokyo and then live at, 7 o'clock, whatever it was, 8, 10 o'clock in the morning, at night in New York. And now when he was looking for his freaking mouth guard with his hand after he got knocked down by that old fart, Duster Douglas.
Duster Douglas. Duster Douglas would be a rad wrestling name. He just comes in, he's just dusting. He has Pledge and a rag.
Duster Douglas.
Yeah, Duster
Wearing
Douglas.
a duster.
Yeah. He just comes in, he's cleaning off all the turnbuckles,
He's the cowboy cleaner, Duster Douglas.
Here with my favorite pro wrestler. When they made Dusty Rhodes Dusty Douglas, I love that. Well, you see, baby, all of your wood surfaces need to be polished, baby. You got all this dust buildup. It's going to get in your electronics. It's going to make your TV run like garbage. That's why the American Dream Duster Rhodes is going to make sure that I remove all the dust, baby. That's right. There's going to be no more dust on any of your stuff. And in no way am I stalling just so I can find the goddamn drop that I'm looking for, baby. There's no way that I got rid of it.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni. That was it for Tyson. Now he fought Holyfield, he bit his ear and everything else. He was shot then. And you guys out there who consider yourselves good sports fans, you decided, well, there's nothing else to watch. It's 10 or 12. Go read a book. I mean, my goodness gracious. And this is what you decide to put on your television set, Steve Torrey? And don't give me...
Oh, he's fucking shitting on Steve again.
Back on Steve. We're back to Steve.
Steve thought he was safe. Steve isn't safe. I fucking hate Steve. Steve, I framed you for a rape. Wait, what?
I think Steve is raping someone up there.
I know I shouldn't say that word on YouTube, but I just thought it would be funny to hear that come out of Russo's voice. That's right. He had consensual sex with a woman. I told the police it was not consensual, and they arrested him. And it's all, I yelled as he was being loaded into the police cruiser. That's what you get for watching that Tyson fight.
The excuse you're at a friend's house and he had it on. Leave! Leave! While they were watching it, Chris, what am I supposed to do? Leave! That's...
Oh, fucking Mad Dog, man. He is the best. Jesus
Oh, they were
Christ.
watching, Chris. What are they supposed to do? Leave! And then light the house on fire and never talk to them again.
I tell your friends to suck your dick when you leave. You go and you don't come back. They're all gay. King Kong Gong with $2 says Mad Dog can't be mad because the fight prior to this was insane. Well, that's just it too. The two fights before the main event were both really, really good. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says I'm not a boxing fan, but I won a $600 bet with a friend, knowing the age difference gave Paul a better chance than if he was boxing you. Age is a bigger factor than talent when it comes to athletics. Yes, 100%. I was watching a guy on YouTube yesterday give his analysis of the fight. He's a doctor. And he was like, Tyson had no chance of winning. He goes, he's 58 years old. He looked at the leg brace he was wearing. He goes, his legs didn't work. And the doctor was like, the reason his legs didn't work is because he probably has arthritis. He said any professional athlete who uses their legs that much by 58 has some form of degenerative condition in their knees. It's like, so you think about Jake Paul was probably fighting an arthritic man. That's who he can fight next. He can fight Riddick Bowe, and at his age, they can call him Arthritic Bowe. And he can fight Jake Paul next. Dive Bar with $2 says if Conor would have won, boxing looks bad. No way Tyson or Paul was getting knocked out. It's all about money. Bottom line. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Hashtag fuck Andrew.
Andrew and Steve are just fucking getting it today for apparently no real reason.
Steve and Andrew are both cunts. Jesus, Mad Dog. Oh, man.
Why would you watch that fight, Andrew? You said you're a sports fan. What's wrong with you?
And I got to tell you this. If I ever catch Steve watching a fight like that again, I'm going to hold his nose and fart in his mouth. Steve is getting an inner mouth fart. If I catch him watching another sporting event like that, Steve is an asshole. Fucking hate Steve. If I made that clear. Making sure. All right, let's go ahead and throw out some thank yous. Thank you very much to Jive Turkey for $20.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jive Turkey. Oh my God. Guys, we're close. All right, it's after the top of the hour, but we're at 2:05. Get us to $100 by 9 o'clock, and I, again, shut my fucking mouth. At about 8:03, we got to 2:05, so that's about 200. By the top of the hour, I'm a man of my word. Make sure you throw in, and the closer we get to 9 o'clock, the less you hear this fucking asshole begging you for money. Keep throwing in. Everybody throws in 5, 10, 15, 20. We're going to knock this thing out. Los Tejas says flop sweat intensifies. No. Flop sweat goes down as we get closer to the bottom of the hour or the top of the hour, and you get closer. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $4.99 says Steve's a piece of shit. Fuck Andrew. Oh yeah, guys, when you throw in your donations today, it's fuck Steve and apparently
And
fuck
Andrew.
fuck Andrew. Give it.
Don't
You
know
know
who Andrew is.
If you want to throw in a couple of bucks and you want to give us fun facts about Steve and fun facts about Andrew, we're in. Here on this program, we're all for it. That puts us at $200. Thank you, Trucker. We appreciate that. Oh my God, Jacob for $50. Holy shit! Whoa, buddy! 155. There you go, guys. We're back on track. Steel Toe is officially back on track for Wednesday. Thank you very much. The Beggy Monster is gone for now. He's gone. We got till 9 o'clock, 40 minutes beg free. The only time we're mentioning the goal is when someone donates. 155 is the number for today. Los Tejas says, see, your marks won't let you down. Steel toe marks are the best marks there are, my man. Love me my steel toe marks. Oh, my God. Anonymous fake dono for $50. Oh, my God. 105 away from today. Oh, my God. So if we get to 100 by the top of the hour, that means I have to shut the fuck up all the way to 955.
I mean, yeah, the way you've structured it, that is the deal.
Oh, my God. You guys hit the $100 milestones. I got to shut my fucking mouth. So 200 by 8 means shut your fucking mouth till 9, asshole. There you go. Anonymous fake donos all over the goddamn place. And we're 105 away this morning. Go ahead. Finish her off. Thank you. The Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo are all there pinned to the chat. All right. Victor got us some drops from the Eric Adams thing.
All right. Thank you, Victor.
He says Eric Adams drops. He might have gotten us more than one. Let's take a look. See, I always feel like it's kind of like it's Christmas when I get drops from Victor. Oh, he's got a full one and he's got a short one. I think we should do the full one. Now, what do we get rid of? That's what we have to decide. Ready? So I've got this one.
Fuck off and shut the fuck up.
I think we should keep that.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
I'm not getting rid of my Zumach.
Fuck you, Aaron.
Keeping that. How about this one?
But if you want to talk about sucking Jew dicks,
that one's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
That one could go. Okay, all right. How about this?
Give me money. Money me.
I like that one.
Yeah, we're keeping that one.
Keeping this one.
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
When would we use it?
I used this one last night.
Oh my God, that is funny.
It was an MSO joke. Mel Gibson obviously stays. This one stays. This one stays. How about this one?
He's such a sociopath. He's so insane.
Oh.
He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing.
I dropped my Stream Deck. You know, I dusted the table last week, and when you miss something, when you dust, it really shows up. I missed the Stream Deck, and oh my God.
So when you moved it, there was just an outline?
No, like the back of the Stream Deck.
Oh.
So we're getting rid of the Larry David one.
Yeah.
And we're dropping in Too Much Homos. There we go. I like the system we've got now with just one page of drops. Like they're all in the system, so we can go back and get them whenever we want to.
Right. It's not like they're gone. We're just you're keeping it. It's easier for you to keep track to just keep one page ready to go.
Precisely. All right, here's the
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Still my favorite. Still my favorite. Silver Wolf with $5 says, I don't get why that gentleman was mad that the fight was on a Saturday night. I heard Saturdays are all right for fighting to get a little action in.
Oh my God, that is funny.
Glad we didn't get rid of that one.
A damn Jew boy.
Toad climbs mountains with $5 says, good morning. Now shut up. Yep, gotta shut up. We're at $100. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. And we're at a hundo. You want to shut me up for good? I gotta shut the fuck up until 55, right?
Yeah.
Till 9:55, I gotta shut my mouth. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. You are the best. This has turned into a very good morning. You know what raised all that money is the Mad Dog Russo segment.
Yep.
If the audience was sending us a message, more Mad Dog.
And fuck Steve.
And fuck Steve. Steve is a cunt and a half. The biggest cunt you'll ever see is Steve. Dick face cuntbag Steve. Retard asshole date rapist Steve. That's just Mad Dog seeing how much he can get away with.
Easy, Mad Dog. That might be actionable. I don't know if you want to accuse Steve of that.
Okay, you know what? Breaking news. We have to only talk about John. We have to become a Johnny Somali channel.
Okay, what has he done now?
Legal Mindset is live talking about Johnny Somali. He's got 5,400 people watching him.
Jesus Christ.
And people can say, what, are you jealous? Yes. Yes.
Incredibly.
Remarkably
jealous.
I'm insanely jealous. That's the thing about doing shows on the internet is that if you want to feel really good about the size of your audience, you can. If you want to feel like absolute dog shit about the size of your audience, you can. Like, I was on Joey C's show yesterday, and he had 70 people watching. And I'm like, dude, at my peak, I got 1,000 people watching. This is fucking rad. This is awesome. Then I look at Legal Mindset, and I'm like, 5,400 people watching?
What am I doing wrong?
Fuck me, man. I don't do enough Mad Dog Russo. I want to take a look at the latest on this Matt Gaetz thing because, they
it ain't looking good.
They're really going after him hard, and I don't know if he did what he's accused of. I haven't looked into it enough, but I know that a few years ago it was brought up, and then it kind of went away. And now he wants to be attorney general, and now it seems
now
like
all of a sudden it's coming back in.
Exactly. Oh, look at this. Aaron, come visit the Trump shop on the corner of 15th Street and 1st Street in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Maybe they could be a sponsor. Fuck yeah, dude. If they have do they have online sales? Text me back. If they have online sales, 100% I'm going to approach them to advertise on the show. That's a money-making venture for both of us. And
it's a Trump store in St. Cloud.
I'll take that fucking money and knock it off the goal. Thank you very much. Because if we're turning profits, we don't need to make any more money. So we can take it away from what the listeners give us. Dive Bar with $2 says, Andrew is the guy who's been talking shit about Johnny in the Rumble chat since the beginning of the show. I thought I saw...
Oh, yeah, fuck Andrew.
I thought I saw Andrew say he was sorry. I don't know. Toad Climbs Mountains with $1 says, I forgot. For hashtag fuck Steve and hashtag fuck Andrew. All right. $5 from Vadam says, always tip your mail carrier $500 or more at Christmas. Bro.
That sounds like a lot.
You in the same economy that the rest of us are for Christmas? Jesus
Shit,
Christ.
I got to start delivering Vadam's mail.
Yeah, right.
I'll learn to walk for $500 tips, man.
I'm going to beat the fucking shit out of Vadam's mailman and take his route. It's going to be my hustle. Jesus. Yeah, Las Tejas says, I haven't looked into it. Steel toe in-depth analysis. No. We're not an analysis show. We're a talking shit show.
Yeah.
That's all I do.
I like the way that comes out. A talking shit show. Like we talk shit. Also a talking shit show.
My Christmas shopping just got a lot more expensive.
Why?
Because Post Malone is going to be at US Bank Stadium May 20th. And here we go. Oh my God, and he's going to be there with Jelly Roll. My daughter wants to. She told me yesterday, she goes, Post Malone's going to be at US Bank Stadium. Can I have tickets for Christmas? Oh, you know what? Dude, these are pretty reasonably priced tickets. Oh, wait a minute. Lower bowl area, because you don't want to sit with your daughter on the floor. That's a nightmare. But lower bowl tickets are like $300 is steep. If I go up in the club seating areas, $277. Oh, I could get club seating. Clubs are great. Sit in Polaris Club, maybe. How much is Polaris there? $450. Yikes. There's $300 clubs. I don't know. But then if you sit way up top, it's like $130, $150. But that's at US Bank Stadium, bro. You're not going to.
I just want to know what you had to do to your daughter to make her like that music. Like, there's got to be some sort of like Clockwork Orange thing. Like, I guess like there's got to be like a chair in your house, and your eyes were left open and her ears were forced open. It's like, and you will listen to this music until you like it.
Well, what it is, her mom plays country music in the car. I play country music in the car. So you kind of like what your parents play.
Okay.
And that's. Yeah,
that's fair, because I would say my love for Queen is entirely my dad's fault.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, I like all the hockey games we would go to. He'd be playing the Queen Greatest Hits album.
That's wild, because like my parents were big '90s country fans, and I became a big country fan. But at the same time, like my dad loved Kiss and Peter Frampton, and I think both of those are gay.
Because they are.
Yeah, I guess, some things just don't transfer in. Zen Man Build says, looks like the goals are going up an extra $300 a day. New boot goofing. No, that comes out of, you save up all year to buy your kids really nice Christmas presents. That's what you do. You save up. Buffalo, I mean, look, there have been certain expenditures that have come my way in 2024 that have definitely hindered some of those savings, but luckily, you still give the kids a good Christmas. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you do a show that is not only national but worldwide. Why go after local sponsors? That makes no logical sense. Unless I'm missing something, internet sponsors seem more logical. Well, if they're local here, like I'm still very well known locally, still go places and like, hey, Steel Toe, and all that. So I need, like, my ideal is someone who knows us from radio but also has an online store. And that's like a Trump store would be perfect for that. And also, when you do the online shit, it's usually promo code. So I have to be really picky about what I promote to you guys because it has to be something I know you'll like. That's the catch. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, Mayor Adams, what's wrong with San Francisco?
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Thank you, buddy. $95 away from today. Thank you very much. And no begging from us. We cannot beg because it's 8:30 and you guys got it down to $95. So I got to shut my fucking mouth and just say thank you and update you. That's it. Moving on. Let's do the Matt Gaetz thing. They're going back after him, and he's got some allies. Marjorie Taylor Greene is fucking ride or die for him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, first person to step to my defense, Margie Taylor Greene is like, oh, are we helping or hurting?
True, but also, kind of any port in the storm too, right?
I suppose.
I mean, if you're being accused of whatting children, like Patrick Melton right now would take defense from Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well,
but even Marjorie Taylor Greene looks at that guy and goes, he's fucking guilty. You say, I ain't defending that fat, retarded piece of shit. All right, here we go. Let's go to the Matt Gaetz report. and what we found out yesterday. Now, what's your gut tell you? Does your gut tell you that they think there's something here, or that they don't want Matt Gaetz to be attorney general, or both?
I'm going to go with the second one for sure. Like, I don't know if there's something there or not. There could be, and they simply wouldn't have called it out because they're all, kind of a cabal of people in a similar kind of situation.
Damn.
In my opinion. But, yeah, I don't know if there's anything there to it or not, but I definitely believe whether there is or not, they're using it specifically to keep him out of his appointment.
Look, I know that Los Teos Synthesizer is going to eat me alive for this one because this is not an educated take, but I do know they don't want him to be attorney general, but at the same time, I can't look at that hairdo and just totally dismiss the idea that he might diddle kids. I'm sorry. You don't want me to think that? Cut your fucking hair. The other person who had the haircut like that is Steve. Steve cuts his hair like that, and I bet you Steve fucks kids. Jeez. Mad Dog. God damn it.
You call yourself a sports fan.
Call yourself a sports fan, Steve, then why are you cornholing children? I ask you. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, hey, Mr. Mayor, what's the reason Walz got elected in Minnesota? Oh.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
You know what I love is the further away we get away from the story that produced that drop, people don't realize he's saying hormones.
Right.
All right, here we go.
We're just going to create the narrative that Eric Adams said homo.
There's too many homos. Let's go to the Matt Gaetz story.
Claimed some files, gaining access with testimony, damaging testimony against Matt Gaetz. We want to just play out just a little bit of some file video here of Matt Gaetz. But according to the New York...
Don't. Oh, wait, it's not that. Okay. Because I believe the allegations against Matt Gaetz are he took underage girls across state lines to have sex with them.
Okay.
That's the allegation, is that he took teenage girls to states where it was legal and then, as the old folks say, boinked them. Yeah.
Times, an unidentified hacker gained access to a file shared in a secure link among lawyers with clients who have...
God damn it, Ricardo, would you stop? Enough is enough already. You're out of control, and you're gonna go to jail if you don't stop.
Been damaging testimony related to Matt Gaetz, President-elect Donald J. Trump's choice to be Attorney General. A person with knowledge of the activity has said the file is said to include sworn testimony by a woman who said that she had sex with Mr. Gaetz back in 2017 when she was 17 years old, in addition to testimony by a second woman who said that she had witnessed the encounter. The material...
So you what? You brought two chicks into a room, one to boink, one to watch?
You fucked one of them? What the shit?
All right, so you sit there, and I'm going to plow your friend like a snowy road.
And then you are going to sign that deed over to me. Like, what in the name of creepy supervillain shit is going on here? So this is what I'm worried about. So this may have happened,
Okay.
and I'm worried that the MAGA crowd is walking themselves into a trap on this deal. Because I'm worried that they're walking the MAGA group into defending a guy fucking a 17-year-old on a technicality. Because, like, fucking a 17-year-old, if you're a grown man, is weird. I don't care what the age of consent is in that state. That's fucking weird. Don't fuck 17-year-olds. But I worry, kind of like the Chris D'Elia thing, where the MAGA people are going to respond to this instead of going, he didn't do it. Like, your only defense of this should be, I don't think he did this. Because if your defense is, well, the age of consent in that state is 17.
Nope. That's not,
Nope.
No.
Do not do the age of consent is blah, blah, blah in blah, blah, blah state. Because you know what that means? That means in your head and in your heart, we know that you think this is pedophilic behavior. But
you don't want to admit that. You want to defend him somehow.
Put it this way. If it was AOC doing this to a 17-year-old, you would want her locked up.
And I'd also tell that 17-year-old, dude, how did you do that?
I've been trying to fuck her for years. Doesn't even answer my emails.
Alex Stein's going to be pissed.
Yeah,
He loves
Alex
that
Stein
big booty
beat-
Latina.
All of a sudden, we just see Alex Stein on the Capitol steps beating the fuck out of a high school junior. We're like, what the hell are you doing out? Hey, so my girl. I watched Alex Stein beat that kid up, and I said, Steve, what have you had sex with him? Steve wouldn't have sex with AOC.
Does not appear to have been made public by the hacker. The
Jimmy Neutron ass looking motherfucker.
Yeah, I will say, now that you pointed out the hair, it's becoming a problem for me.
Dude, here's the problem. Matt Gaetz, like, in his ideals and what he believes in and how he wants to go after people, like, Matt Gaetz, the idea very much is alluring to me, and I want him, it screams good for our country. His hair screams, I'll fuck a 17-year-old. That's the
Looks
problem
like
we're
the
having.
villain from The Incredibles. It's just the wrong
Yeah,
color.
he looks like a lot of different Disney characters with that hair. Disney has a template.
revelation came as Donald Trump was rolling out initial details of his domestic
Johnny Knoxville would play Matt Gaetz in a movie if they gave him that hair.
policy agenda, and as he continues to consider candidates for several high-level positions critical to enacting his agenda there. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Again, being reported by the New York Times here with a hacker that gaining some very, very private information right now and testimony that could be damaging against Matt Gaetz there. And of course, Matt Gaetz will have to go up against the Senate confirmation here for to become Attorney General, so we'll be keeping an eye.
Oh, dude, those hearings are going to be lit, right?
Yeah.
Those are going to be fun hearings to watch. Matt Gaetz hearings are going to be must-see TV. You bet. Mr. Gaetz, you're accused of having sex with a 17-year-old. She was the greatest piece of ass I ever had, and I had them all over the world. Now you get the hell out of here. I don't care how many Guinea Goomba greaseballs come out of the woodwork. Thank you very much to Coltrane for $1. Says he is a threat to the deep state and the swamp and will hold no punches. They don't want their shit exposed.
Yeah, I can agree to that, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm gonna step back a bit and just let this whole thing play out, just because I have a firm policy on stuff like that. Like, all right, I'm just not going to get involved.
Yeah, this is one of those cases you don't want to be wrong about.
Right?
You know? Jay Bra says, I'll make a friendly wager that Matt Gaetz doesn't get in. Yeah.
Especially if he already did.
Yeah, if Matt Gaetz already got in, he ain't getting in. If they can't prove Matt Gaetz got in, he'll get in. But if they can prove that he got in,
then he's out.
It's over, Johnny. All right, guys, thank you very much for that $1. That puts us $90 away from today. No begging, can't beg. $90 away. That's just a matter of fact. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. So Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Here to live.
This is the original one. There we go.
Good evening, from
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Sounds like she is defending Matt Gaetz. She's saying that he's, he didn't do nothing.
Just a good dude.
Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene, GOP colleagues. Yeah, let's take a look. I'm not a big Chris Hayes fan, so I don't mind skipping around.
York, I'm Chris Hayes.
Video. You know what? 8 minutes long.
It'd be great if she came out for him and was just like, yeah, dude, look, he's not into the younger girls. He's been plowing me like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, my God. The guy's been jizzing on my face so much, he doesn't have any left for any other girls. Jesus. That would be a good way to, save his reputation, is just have, one of the Republicans in the Congress take a bullet for him and just go, oh, yeah, he's been plowing me. He's been shifting my guts for years. He's just throwing it in. Great dick on him, the guy.
You call him Matt Gaetz. I call him Matt Gets It.
You call him Matt Gaetz. When he's done with my asshole, I call him Matt Gapes. Not proud of that joke. Not proud of that joke. Hey, that's the other thing is Steve Gapes. Steve takes it up the asshole and he gapes. I've seen pictures. 191 Redbird with $10 says, this is a little too convenient for me to believe. A hacker just happens to get this info at a perfect time. I call bullshit if he did do it. If he did do it, lock him up. Yeah, that's fair.
Right, that's where I'm sitting with this. It's awfully convenient that this is the thing that we're bringing up now and going at them now. Like, oh, they investigated it before, but then what happened? Well, they investigated it.
Coltrane with a great idea, Johnny. He says he should just come out and say he's gay. Matt Gaze. Or you could still be Matt. You could still be Matt Gape. Labglass says, I'd applaud him if Boebert said he rearranged her guts. Oh, right. Did she win? Is she still in there? Our girl Lauren Boebert, the shaft grasper in the movie theater or the play? God, that was, I'm not going to lie. When that came out, everyone was criticizing it. The Beetlejuice theater shaft grasping.
You just thought it was hot?
I thought that was fucking hot, dude. He's fucking grabbing on her tits. She's grabbing his cock. She wants to fuck. Lauren Boebert's tits are all pushed up like a right tart. I'm just like, look at her.
Even when they're getting ejected from the play, you're like, oh God, the mood isn't even hampered a bit. They're just gonna bone in that car.
Yeah, exactly. They were trying to kick her out. She's like, she wasn't arguing. She wasn't fighting them. What was happening was she was still dripping. So she wanted to wait until she was a little more, less liquid.
Didn't want to leave a trail.
Right. Las Tejas says that's why he had to quit Congress to make the investigation go away. Well, I mean, some are arguing that he quit Congress because he was being nominated for the Attorney General job. So that's what we investigate this shit for. Thank you for the $10, 191 Redbird. That puts us 85 away from today. Thank you guys very much. You've kept the Beggy monster at bay. I appreciate it. Okay, let's
The pressure campaign.
Hear what key GOP senators said about Matt Gaetz' ethics report. Okay. Let's hear what this motherfucker said. Why is it like in the age of YouTube, these like old school reporters feel they need to go to like 5 different people to do a story and it's like 9 minutes long? It's like you gotta make this shit quicker and more consumable in the YouTube era. Sorry.
Consideration of this critical nomination.
I would suggest if they want to speak.
See, this shouldn't be allowed. Chuck Grassley has been old since I was a kid.
He shouldn't be in anymore.
No, you can't look like that. Edgar, your skin is hanging off your bones. You can't look like that and still be a senator. That's horse shit.
Consideration of this, because you've heard my colleagues, especially on the Republican side, say
he's death rattling while he's talking.
I really feel like if we wait long enough, we will see him turn to dust like a Thanos snap. I mean, what the fuck, man?
How many times
Grandpa, go home.
How many times have we watched Mitch McConnell die in front of a microphone?
Right? It's almost like they shouldn't be doing this anymore.
Yeah.
That they have some questions, not only considering what you're asking about, but it goes beyond that to the FBI. And I think it would help faster consideration, the extent to which they would make as much available as they can.
It should be illegal for that guy to be a senator. Like there's somebody, you ever watch something that's totally fine but you watch it and you go, somebody make a fucking law.
Right?
Guys just shutting down, just short circuiting in front of microphones, and then guys going, hey, the FBI should probably see what he's doing with the thing. It's like, while this old fuck is talking, could somebody quick vote on term limits, please? And just kick him out. Do you want term limits or age limits? Which one would you rather have?
I'd rather have term limits because there is the occasional like older person who maybe is coming at it late in the game, but they have a reason they're coming in or whatever. I just feel like if you have term limits, you don't get this as much because the only way you get this is someone who shows up and then it's like, yeah, I get to have my 2 or 3 runs in the Senate. And yeah, we have one old crotchety fuck, but I don't like the people that are, again, like built-in tenured crotchety fucks like Mitch McConnell, Pelosi,
right.
Schumer. Just, no. How about you guys don't get to keep staying in politics?
Now, this committee's report, a bipartisan investigation, details allegations of sexual misconduct involving the former Congressman Matt Gaetz, who resigned abruptly last week in the aftermath of this nomination announcement. That is the reason why Speaker Johnson has said that now that he's a former member, this committee report essentially should be shelved and not released to the public. There are some Republican senators who say they don't.
I think that's bullshit, dude. If he's going to be nominated for Attorney General, that ethics report should come out. It's relevant.
Right? I completely agree. But if I can make a point, didn't we let somebody else walk off with any of the consequences of their actions? Because, hey, they're not in charge anymore.
Which one was that?
Fauci.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we let him go. But all his information is out there. We know everything about what he did. That's what I mean with this ethics report.
Fair enough.
We should be allowed to know what happened and what they found out. And if you want Matt Gaetz, if you think Matt Gaetz was a good pick for Attorney General, then you should be fine with this report coming out because you should have done your homework.
I don't have an opinion. I didn't vote.
I mean, oh. Well, at least you served your country.
Right?
No.
That's why I got the burger.
Auto Glass Guy with a gifted membership. Thank you very much, Auto Glass Guy, for your contribution. We're 85 away from today. You guys are the best. Nice. Thank you very much for your generosity. Silverwolf says, I didn't have Aaron giving a Jimmy Neutron reference today. Damn, I tell you, today's show has been all right. Jay Bra says if he did, he stole it because I've been calling Vivek Hindi Newton. I think he means Hindi Neutron. Hindi. X, it all works out in the end. X says, as Killary would say, what does it matter now anyway? I believe the quote was, what difference does it make? What difference does it make? So, yeah, the Matt Gaetz thing.
I don't want to defend the guy.
Just in case, right?
Yeah. But I will say it is little interesting to bring it up, but if it was already happening and then he's going over to it, then it's less of a, well, this is convenient. It just seems like the timing for him to get nominated is more convenient than anything, but meh.
Look, man, I'm going to say with the Matt Gaetz thing, this is the perfect let's wait until all the information comes out thing.
Yeah, I'm not picking a pony in this race until I know more definitively.
Right. Yes, exactly. I'm just okay. Interesting. I just got some interesting news that I'm sorry guys, I'm doing that thing. Something interesting came up on my DMs there and I can't. It's involving something that's currently going on. It was very interesting, fascinating. Well, fucking news. That's all I can say. Hopefully that's enough for you to know what that means. Andrew's son. Okay, this is the hashtag fuck Andrew guy. I think we should give him front and center. It's only fair because people have been giving us money and saying fuck
people have been
Andrew.
shitting on him. What's he got to say?
Andrew shows a lot of balls and bravery coming into the Lions Den where everybody's been given money to say fuck Andrew. I think we should allow him free speech. He says, wow, Johnny is really embracing this opportunity to grift off tricking people into believing he fought for this country.
Oh, I thought the whole thing was I literally actively tell people I don't.
Yeah, that's what you like to say. Sam Show says
I have the flag. It was given to me by the general.
What, Dwight Manfredi?
Yeah.
General. Dude, SP and I have been we watched the last 2 episodes of Tulsa King. The hardest part of that fucking show is watching Stallone act.
Really?
Dude, he gave
You don't think he's a great actor?
Oh my God, he gave a speech in the last episode and it was so fucking bad. I want to see if we can. I don't know if they put clips of Tulsa King up on YouTube, but Tulsa King. Oh my God, Legal Mindset. 7,500 people watching him talk about Johnny Somali.
We really should be on Johnny Somali.
Tulsa King, Dwight speech. This is from a year ago. Okay, nothing really new. I don't really. If I just write Tulsa King I think the episode's called Reconstruction. Dwight, Thresher, Bevilacqua set the record straight. Okay, let's do this clip because this was another clip where we watched and both SP and I were like, God, this is fucking brutal. So Rumlow is in this season.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, God damn it. The guy who played the bad guy in Walking Tall.
First one or the second?
He played Hamilton in the Rock one.
Oh,
oh, God damn it. What is his fucking name? I'm so good at this. No. Rumlow is Frank Grillo.
Mm-hmm.
And God damn it. I know that he's the guy who's not Tate Donovan. Neil McDonough. Thank you. Nobody said that. I thanked myself. I thought of.
God damn it! You got to it just before I did.
Neil McDonough is in this.
Neil
season.
McDonough. One of the weirdest things. Like he's either really good in roles or really bad. It's something about the way he looks. Like he really fits or he doesn't.
He plays a multimillionaire who's like organized crime adjacent, but he's a legit guy. And in this season, they have a problem with these Asian guys who are trying to take over everything in Tulsa that are partnered with Neil McDonough's character. And Frank Grillo and Stallone are beefing with each other. The Asians made it look like that Frank Grillo was trying to kill Stallone. So these two mafia guys are at war with each other. But then Neil McDonough tries to get the two of them to work together because he's like, no, it's these fucking Asians. And the Asians at gunpoint made Neil McDonough sign over his weed farm for like $1,000 after threatening to murder him. So he goes to the two mafia guys and like, you guys got to make peace and fight these filthy Asians.
So I can get my weed back.
Yeah, so I can get all my weed back. So Stallone goes to meet these two guys. So now you guys are all caught up. And I'm telling you, man, it's such a weird dichotomy because I love this show. I think it's a good show. But Stallone is fucking impossible to watch in it.
Here we go.
It's good you came. We need to talk.
Well, I'm done talking. I'm here to listen.
And, you know, I'll give him this, though. I'll give him one excuse. The writing for him is not good either. The writing is very basic. It's very Stallone dialogue.
Fair enough.
We need to put our differences aside.
I just got finished burying one of my men because of him.
That's a two-way street. That's two-way. No. Who fucking stabbed who first?
Oh, you want to do this? Let's do this.
Did you guys just shut the fuck up? Yes, we have competing agendas and varied interests. Who gives a shit? Right now, we have a common enemy.
There's nothing in common between us. I mean, get that straight.
Is that so?
Just old low-energy Stallone. It's like Bill Murray.
You love this show, huh?
This guy here is afraid of getting killed. He's scared.
Scared of you? Dream fucking on.
No? Okay, then why are you so desperate to let everybody know that you weren't involved in trying to kill me?
It wasn't me, Dwight, or you wouldn't be sitting here right now.
It was Ming.
Ming?
By the way, the Asian guy's name is Ming, so they really thought that one through. They really thought hard for an Asian
Why didn't they
guy.
just name him Chen?
Why didn't
Mr. Chen?
Why didn't they just name him Ching Chong Ding Dong at that point? I mean, really.
Have the Siamese cat from Disney do the
Shanghai, Hong Kong, Ik Fu Yang. Fortune cookie, always wrong. What a tart one. That would be funny if they gave the Asian character a Siamese cat.
Ming, your partner. That's called guilt by association.
Oh.
I could justifiably blow your brains out right now and feel good about it.
How's Stallone's acting in Tulsa King?
Does he ever take the marbles out of his mouth?
No, he leaves them in there. It's part of his allure.
Oh.
Landers says, Stallone can't read so good. Stop being mean, Aaron. Yeah, it's... Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I just see a bunch of blackballed actors. Well, they grabbed a lot of like bit players from different places.
Yeah.
Like Garrett Hedlund, dude, the guy from Country Strong. It was a real reach getting Garrett Hedlund. They made him a bar-owning scumbag country singer.
Didn't want him to, didn't want him to be typecast. Let's let him stretch outside his wheelhouse.
Garrett Hedlund sings in this show, too, from time to time as the bar.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, who's worse at giving a speech, Stallone or Jean-Claude Van Damme, who played Guile in the 94 Street Fighter movie, giving the speech at the end of the movie? Stallone,
God, that was bad.
Dude, Stallone's a better actor than Van Damme. I do have to say that.
Yeah.
Stallone's a better actor than Van Damme. But, like, dude, it's not exactly... First of all, the writing in that show, the dialogue is not the greatest. It's very basic mafia dialogue. But Stallone is just not the guy. And people are like, Aaron, Stallone's always been a bad actor. No, people have proven that you can write for... You know who writes well for Stallone?
Who?
Stallone. Like when he writes the Rocky movies, like Rocky Balboa was a good performance because it was just Stallone writing about becoming an older guy and trying to be useful as you get old and people start dying around you and shit. So it was just Stallone being himself. Whereas this, it's like, hey, Stallone, can you be a mobster? And he goes, all right, this is my acting depth for being a mobster. I go, hey, how you doing? I pull at the lapels of my shirt a lot. And
I do
go,
the pinky thing a lot.
Yeah, I go like this, and boom, I got a mafia guy. Yeah, but what's your motivation? I never worry too much about motivation in any of my roles. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. $80 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your generosity and your contributions today. No begging, because you guys have been knocking out all the targets so far this morning. Yeah, Sam Show says that exchange between mobsters sounded like my dad can beat up your dad. Essentially, yeah. It's about what it was. Auto Glass Guy gifting a membership. Thank you, buddy. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I got that WAP swagger. That's about it. That's the depth of Stallone in Tulsa King. It's the weirdest show because I catch myself asking myself, okay, you love this show.
Why the fuck am I watching this?
Why? Yeah, why do you? Because I love it. Like when a new episode comes out, I'm excited. And I find myself going, I have a lot of complaints. I have a lot of things about this movie that I think are dog shit, but yet I really enjoy watching it. Somebody sent us a text of not very often that our audience sends us 2 drop scenarios,
right?
In the same thing. But here we go. Hey, Mr. Mayor, what's the issue in your city?
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
Mr. Brennan, what is your response?
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
There you go. Our audience is making storylines with our sound drops. It's very good. Vadam sent this story into us, and oh shit. We also I love the YouTube algorithm. So YouTube gave me. So Vadam gave me this story on the lawsuit that's coming against St. Paul Public Schools for misusing federal COVID funds. But then YouTube spit back at me what I should watch next, which is Cenk Uygur shitting all over Alan Lichtman on his own show. So we have more Cenk Uygur shitting on Alan Lichtman.
Boy.
Yeah. So we'll do both of those. Let's do this one. Vadam sent it. It's very interesting. Who would have thought that printing trillions of dollars that we don't have while we shut down an entire economy for a disease that only killed old and fat people, who would have known that people would take advantage of that and fraudulently spend the money?
Certainly not those heroes in the public school system.
No, not our public school heroes who all they do is bitch about money all day long. Who could have saw this coming? Let's take a look.
Spending, misappropriation of funds, and falsified transactions involving tens of millions of dollars. Those strong allegations are laid out in a whistleblower lawsuit against St. Paul Public Schools. The district's former chief financial officer is filing the lawsuit. Jay Cole sat down with her today in a story you'll see first on 5.
And Lindsay, this 53-page whistleblower lawsuit was served to St. Paul Public Schools earlier today. It claims a substantial amount of taxpayers' money, a lot of it federal COVID funding, was misspent and sometimes in violation of state law. The former CFO of the district tells me she and one of her colleagues were fired after they raised concerns, including to the superintendent.
That's how it starts. That's how this shit always starts, is somebody goes, hey, they innocently go, hey, I think this might be a whole bunch of bullshit that we're doing. I think we're doing something wrong. And, you have an opportunity when that happens that you can go, oh, my God, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will fix that right away, and we'll contact the government, and we'll find a way to make this right. You know what they always say? It's not the crime, it's the cover-up that gets you.
But my question is, maybe I'm jaded. Was this a situation of they got fired for asking too many questions, or they got fired for asking the question of well, since you guys are all taking a piece, can I have one? And you're fired.
Right. Did you get did you get dealt out of the money and then you're like, oh yeah, well then fuck you. Well, and then in that case, it's the school's fault too, because take care of the people who know the dirty shit about you. Make sure you don't piss off people who, have the goods on you, or don't be a piece of shit in the first place and you won't have to worry about it.
The first 6 words of the whistleblower lawsuit: the district has lost its way.
Oh, that's too bad. I read a story once about a puppy who lost his way. And I was told that you got to get your ass out there and find that fucking dog.
Felt at times hostile.
A hostile work environment, Marie Schruel says, because she and colleague Curtis Mahaney discovered St. Paul schools were misusing federal COVID dollars in violation of state law and federal laws. Their lawsuit says they expressed those concerns to then Superintendent Dr. Joe Gothard.
Do you feel like Dr. Gothard retaliated when he laid you off, as well as your colleague?
Yes.
Schruel was let go in September 2020.
I don't know. I just looking at her, giving her the eye test. A, wouldn't fuck her, but B, I think she's an honest person. I don't think she was denied a take. I think she really did find. She looks like the kind of person who would see that this was going on and she would go, "Oh my word! Oh my goodness! This is not right. Somebody has to do something about this." And so she showed it to the other guy, the other whistleblower, and he's like, "I'll do it for you. Don't worry." That's the kind of the read I'm getting here. I don't see this as some corrupt
So what you're saying is this evil bitch got somebody fired because she wouldn't stand up and do it herself.
Right.
God damn.
22 after 24 years as the school district's chief financial officer. Her lawsuit says the district uses...
You didn't deal the chief financial officer in on your fucking scheme? Bro.
Well, we knew she wouldn't go for it, so we figured we'd just slide it under her radar.
That's like being the head of organized crime and not paying off the cops first. What the fuck is wrong with you? Did they say... Go back a little bit. I got to go back a little bit here.
2022 after 24...
Gothard retaliated when he laid you off, as well as your colleague.
Yes.
Schruel was let go in September 2022 after 24 years as the school district's chief financial officer.
Yeah, I heard that right.
Yeah. So the one person whose job it is to keep track of the money, you thought you didn't have to in any way involve in your little money laundering
That should have been the first person you cut a check to. Are you out of your fucking mind? She would have covered for you forever. She would have said that you spend it on tablets and shit.
Her lawsuit says the district uses emergency COVID funds to maintain its budgetary shell game.
Nice.
And says it used the taxpayer money on employee bonuses and perks and also spent it to cover a $43 million budget shortfall.
Okay, so they basically pulled, what's her name in Illinois? Tiffany...
Tiffany Henyard.
Henyard. Yeah, they pulled a Henyard. They just gave themselves bonuses and trips and all kinds of shit.
I would question what they were buying for employees, and the use was the gifts. around those, not only COVID funds, but the nutrition funds that were federal funds.
Schul says the district would then falsify records to look like the money was spent on COVID-related projects.
They're falsifying a purchase under a different department.
They deserve to be caught then. They deserve to be caught and thrown in jail just for being stupid. For trying to sneak a spitball past your chief financial officer's face? Are you kidding?
Is it weird that I'm actually like I'm both pissed off and relieved because people this dumb shouldn't be in the educational system? I mean, all you're teaching our children is to fail.
I mean, you're shit at scams, bro.
Is that legal?
Ooh, I don't think I rinsed all the soap out of this when I washed it.
Uh-oh.
That last sip was gross. Yeah.
It's going to go down, everybody. This man's beaten by dawn.
Dude, I'm not joking.
Eat some butter, get the taste out.
Oh, that was fucking gross. That was Stream Deck.
He's gonna puke.
Dude, it's nasty as fuck. I'm having a hard time getting that drink of water down. Oh my God. It does. It tastes like old scuzzy soap.
Oh, scuzzy soap. No, that's a problem. It was like fresh soap. It was,
Well, because I don't want to wash this in the dishwasher, and I just got it, so I wanted to wash it first before I drank out of it.
Right.
But, like, I had it last night down here for the evening show, and it was drinking just fine. And now I'm getting down to the bottom of what's left over from last night, and it tastes funky like a monkey, baby. Oof. All right, anyway, back to the scams.
No, because you're buying gifts which normally aren't allowed with federal funds.
The suit also says then Superintendent Joe Gothard even threw an exclusive party only for invited school district employees for $10,000 in food.
Fuck these people. Like, I get so tired. This is why I get so tired of public school bullshit about how, well, the children and all the children. You guys are in this for yourself. You're trying to squeeze as much money out of it as you can. And while not all of the people in public schools are throwing big time parties for themselves, they're all trying to squeeze as much out of it as they can.
and the kids aren't the main concern.
No. So I'm sorry. I don't buy that, all the advocating and all the money we're asking for from the taxpayers are for the children, Please. I mean, here's my thing. Like, cut our taxes and give us more supplies to pay for. Because I already buy my kids' school supplies anyway.
Right.
So, cut
now
our taxes.
Those supplies include, laptops and tablets and shit.
Yeah, sure. And then for the really, really poor kids, we can have programs where we can float them a tablet or something. Sure.
Food trucks alone. In all, Schul says the district.
Wait, did they say $10,000 on food trucks alone? I paused it too early.
Employees for $10,000 in food trucks alone.
Jesus Christ.
So how much, what was the actual price tag of this only invited people party? Again, remember, these amazing people threw this amazing party was only for the right people.
Yeah, the top district people who wouldn't rat on them for stealing money. $10,000. So wait a minute, you pay the food trucks and then they come out and they sell the food. Oh, that must be a good deal being a food truck person. Make a couple of bucks that way, yeah.
In all, Schul says the district received about $200 million in COVID money, and a sizable amount, she says, was misappropriated or spent illegally.
But I tried to keep sight of why I was there, and that was for the students, the community, the taxpayers.
So why now?
See, I'm worried that she's one of those stupid true believers.
Yep.
And then she just got railroaded by all these people. Oh, by the way, that was Ryobi who got the sound drop story earlier. He wanted me to let everyone know that was Ryobi. Good job, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but she is one of these people who's like, we need to be straight laced and follow the rules. And then she caught
We're doing this for the children.
Yeah.
No, we're not. I'm doing it for my bank account.
Yeah, we're trying to make money, bitch. You're really fucking up our gimmick here. Jesus. Let's go ahead and thank a few people. We got money coming in. Money coming in is always fun. Let's go to Zenman Builds with $1. Says, if you watched Billy Bob's new show, Landman, that's on Paramount as well, and a Tyler Sheridan show. No, I have not seen either of those. I love Billy Bob Thornton. I'd love to watch that. $5 from Grand Poobah says, Aaron, Johnny didn't lose the use of his legs in Iraq, so you can laugh at him. I wrote that wrong. Let me try again. Aaron, Johnny didn't lose the use of his legs in Iraq, so you can laugh at him. Oh,
I get it.
First time he wrote it, it was, Johnny didn't lose his legs in Iraq, so you could laugh at him. In reality, it's Aaron, Johnny didn't lose his legs in Iraq, so you can laugh at him. Well, I mean, technically, Johnny didn't lose his legs.
I have them. They just don't work.
Yeah, Johnny still has legs. He just,
I mean, I can stand on them for short periods of time. I can even take a couple of very shitty steps. It's just beyond that, it's chair time.
I believe what we call them is they're bucky. His legs are bucky. Brett
legs.
Brett Mack says union officials make $225,000 a year while union members are starving and collect unemployment. Yeah, the official. I mean, the top is where the money's at, bro. Unions are a great microcosm for communism, though. Like, you look at communism and, like, the people preaching it the most are the ones who are on top, and they're all the party members, and they're making great money. And then everyone else is like, oh, I guess they forgot to redistribute it to us.
Weird that distribution thing doesn't always get out the way they said.
Thank you guys for the.
They have no problem collecting.
Yeah, thank you guys for the $5. $75 away from today. You guys are doing awesome. Thank you very much. No begging from us. Links are in the chat if you want to finish that off. J. Bra says this lady should tell us about the upcoming Lutefisk convention. Right? She's Minnesota to a T, man, to a T. All right, let's go ahead and do you want to see Cenk rip on what's his face some more? Alan Lichtman. I've never known who this Alan Lichtman guy was. Oh my God, there's 3 different videos of them doing it. This is great. So Cenk is like on a warpath against Democrats. He's like had it. So so instead of like going after Trump, he's like, who gives a shit? He's like, fuck this Democrat, fuck that Democrat. I'm kind of liking the new Young Turks angle here after the election. I just found out about this Alan Lichtman guy. He's a completely self-absorbed dickbag professor who has been salty for the last 2 weeks because he called the election wrong.
Because he's been spending the last, 2 years saying, I call all the elections right, and this is how this one's going to go.
Yeah. And oh boy, did he fuck it up. Let's go ahead and check.
Going to be
Cenk Uygur going after Alan Lichtman.
A path-breaking victory, the first woman president, Kamala Harris. My predictions have stood the test of time. The keys are the North Star, the unchanging system.
And you are sticking right now that the keys predict that Vice President Harris wins the election in 6 days.
That's right. Look, my prediction for this presidential election was wrong. I own up to it.
But every time we hear Alan Lichtman talk about how he's owning up to it, there's always a but, and it's always about how someone else was wrong too.
We didn't have a way to account for the massive amount of just, dumb racists that would vote.
Exactly. By the way, somebody said it in the comments of one of their videos, but I agree. The more to the right Anna Kasparian goes, the hotter she gets. I've always been an Anna Kasparian guy, looks wise. Like 07, 08 Anna Kasparian is a fucking dish. And she's still good now. Anna Kasparian 2000.
Well, don't worry, she knows enough about you to know better.
That's right. I forgot Anna Kasparian's a steel toe gal.
She's a fan of the drama.
You know who she reminds me of? Yeah, that's our prime Anna Kasparian. She was in her 20s then. Let's go.
Okay, I'm a fan of the brunette Anna Kasparian.
Let's go 2014 Anna Kasparian. I think she's still good now. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Still a gem in 2014. Look at our girl. Well, anyway, yeah, that's right. She knows who Anna Kasparian knows me. I mean, she knows me as a cuck in a polycule, but she knows me. Benny Alvarez, man, he knows me. Talk to him. But yeah, she's the more to the right she goes, the cuter she gets.
Do you?
If I want to talk to the Young Turks, I'll go to old Bill Deal.
Over at Midwest
Newsmax now. Newsmax? Oh, really?
Newsmax, what?
Do you? No, that was Alan Lichtman, an incredibly smug professor who came on to our show and said that he could do no wrong with his keys. He's got the secret keys, the presidential keys, the keys that tell all, and he can totally predict who's going to win as the next president of the United States.
I love that the Young Turks have just had it with liberals at this point.
Of course, he thought that it was going to be Kamala Harris, but I want to show you the moment when he realized it wasn't going to be Kamala Harris.
I'm starting to get a little nervous.
Oh yeah, we saw this earlier today.
Yeah. She needs to make up 170.
You. Now he really did take.
Here you go, man.
I'm done with that.
Are you? Now he really did take.
So she's like, "Do you? Are you?
Are you?"
I love that a left-wing news outlet is like having fun with this. And they're just like, fuck it. Let's just, you know what? Let's watch it burn.
Take a hit. I enjoyed tweets like these. I will admit, really having a tough time here. On Wednesday, he told USA Today, quote, "Right now, after a very long night, I am taking some time off to assess why I was wrong and what the future holds for America." Now, he's a professor of history.
What a pompous ass. Like he matters for American history. I have to analyze and find out what this means. I know he's a history professor, but still. He acts like he's making the history. This is like if Roger Ebert thought he was a filmmaker.
At the American University, and he did correctly predict the outcome of 9 out of the last 11 elections, all with the help of his precious 13 keys. These are the 13 keys. So party mandate, contest, incumbency, third party, yada, yada. Who cares?
Yeah. Who cares? Who gives a fuck about this dweeb?
But he was pretty confident about the keys before losing. Kamala Harris lost this election. Just to remind you about how confident he was, just take a look at this moment from Cenk's debate with him.
Oh, I love this. They're just rubbing it in. This guy was so wrong and so smug, and they're just like, here you go, guys. Before we really give you our take on this, let's watch this cunt face fall on his ass again.
And you're saying raw number, right? Raw number, whoever has more keys out of the 13 wins, right?
Keys, yes.
Yes, that's right.
6
Okay.
keys and you're out.
Okay, so if let's say that Biden has 7 or 8 or 9 of the keys on his side, right? Or any candidate, forget Biden. But every day he comes out and does a press conference and punches himself in the face. And people are like, whoa, what the hell's going on? The president's lost his mind. Do the keys still say that he's going to win?
Well, this is something I've never heard before, the punch in the face theory.
Yeah. I'm giving you an extreme example. Or the candidate comes out and every day punches a new baby in the face. Are you still going, nope?
All right, Cenk's being a little ridiculous, but I get his point. What he's saying is like, dude, shit happens, intangibles happen that are not your precious keys. You kind of, like, this guy was so beholden to his keys, he couldn't sense the temperature of the water changing like the rest of us did. Like, especially after the Rogan interview, it's like, okay, something just happened, and Kamala's
and
not
also
winning.
We went through his keys, and when we went down the list, according to his keys, actually Donald Trump won.
Well, that's the problem. Like, even if you have the keys, if you analyze them from a biased point of view,
you're going to have a biased take.
Yes.
I'm sticking with the keys. 9 out of 13 keys. The keys will determine.
Of course, I'm sticking with the keys because they've been right for 40 years. You can't predict elections from this kind of off the top of your head speculation, which is why you've been wrong so many times. It doesn't work.
Yeah, what a little cunt. Fuck him. If I were Cenk, I'd be running him down after the election and taking a victory lap too. Good.
Yeah. Screw this douche.
We should have him on again. I
Oh, I love Anna, you little minx. You fucking troublemaker. God bless her.
appreciate someone who can come on our air and
Stop right there. Just appreciate someone that can come on our air. God bless Alan Rickman.
Say air or hair. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, nobody appreciates anyone who comes on their hair. No. You think bubble gum's bad. Try bubbly cum.
Outdo your bravado. Okay.
By the way, as it happens every single time, as we do that, his side comes in, the blue MAGA guys who at the time thought Biden was going to win. And they're like, oh, Cenk, he schooled you. You could punch a baby in the face and still win as long as you have more keys than the other candidate. He got you. He got you. He's definitely right and you're definitely wrong. That was so embarrassing, Cenk. You don't even.
I got to say, I like happy, braggy Cenk.
Yeah.
Even more than I like full-on meltdown Cenk. I think these guys are turning it around. Are we watching 2025? Will it be the TYT redemption arc?
Have they started to realize that that what a lot of people have said, and maybe they're a lot further out than some, but that the left, like the centrist left, isn't going right. It's just the left has gone so far. It's just like you guys have shifted by just because.
Well, I think what the Young Turks take is that it's not on a plane. Like they're branching off.
Right.
And there's corporate Democrats that are in the pockets of the big banks. So, for example, like let's say, and Anna, we hope you're watching. Hello, Anna.
Hi. I clean up nice.
I'm writing down that we're clipping this.
All right.
Because I want the Young Turks to watch us and love us. I'll title the video, Hey Anna Kasparian, this is about Nick Rekieta. See if she'll watch it. But I think the Young Turks take is like, for example, like shit I'm progressive about or shit that you're progressive about that we've talked about where like the Democrats are in the pocket of big banks. So there's no fucking way the Democrats are going to be the one party who will stand up and say none of these multinational hedge funds and corporations can buy residential properties in the United States.
Homes for families.
Homes for family. There you go. Call it the Homes for Families Act. And only single families can buy single family homes.
And we're going to give $400 million to Ukraine. What?
Right. You got to put Ukraine money in there. You can't get anything passed anymore without some Israel and Ukraine money. You know, it's a tithing.
Believe in the keys. All of a sudden, Alan Lichtman is like, wait, where did I put my keys?
Yeah.
Looks like he lost his keys somewhere, isn't it?
So look, it's been a week. He says that he's been doing some soul searching and surprisingly, he admitted defeat, okay? He even, well, let's take a look at the next clip. I want to hear like where his
my God, that clip after clip, they're gonna slow screw this guy into the fucking ground, man.
head is at right now.
Were the keys wrong or was your interpretation off this time?
Now, the correct answer is his interpretation.
Right.
I think the fundamental problem was the keys, not my interpretation. No one's convinced me that was wrong. I admitted I was wrong. I admitted the keys don't work. Remember, the premise of the keys is that a rational, pragmatic electorate decides whether the White House party is governed well enough to get 4 more years.
So he's another one of these Democrats who go, it wasn't my fault. It's all you fucking dipshits out there.
It's not my fault that a whole bunch of people that voted this time are irrational tards.
Yeah. It's Steve's fault because Steve was watching a goddamn Tyson fight. Mad Dog agrees.
But if the views of the White House party are controlled by disinformation, particularly driven by those who are so rich that they have extraordinary influence beyond anyone else, then maybe the premise of the keys needs to be changed. I have 4 years to figure this out.
But don't worry, in those 4 years, never once is he going to go, maybe my biases are getting in the way.
Maybe it was me.
Yeah.
It was the electors.
Elon Musk has Twitter, and that made everything change for Trump.
Actually, if you gave him that out, he'd take it.
That's what he just said.
Oh, that was part of it.
Yeah, that was a part of it. Jeez. People with rich people with extraordinary means to control.
Oh, okay. I didn't read, but that was
misinformation.
That's an easy one to read between the lines of, and I missed it.
It was the electorate's fault.
Yeah.
It was the electorate's fault. I mean, you would need a rational electorate for the keys to work.
Right. If people don't think I'm right, then they're clearly irrational and out of their fucking mind. If I'm Alan Lichtman. Ugh, what a dork.
Last quick things here. So, look, part of my issue wasn't just that Of course, just these factors are not going to determine an election. You have to be reasonable, and he refused to be reasonable, right? But the second part of it was that Keyes focused so much on the power of incumbency, but that is left over from an ancient politics where the incumbent had the giant media advantage, and all the media would say how great the incumbent was.
Well, now wait a minute, and that's enough. We got enough shitting on Alan Lichtman. Well, here's the problem. That doesn't work for this last election because, technically speaking, both of them were incumbents.
Yep.
A lot of people still saw Trump as their president, as their guy.
Yeah.
So I don't. That's why that doesn't work. Is because you had a guy who, yeah, he was the incumbent, but they kicked him out, and then they put the vice president in there, and she got to run against the last guy who was president. Out of the two people running, the opponent had more presidential experience than the incumbent.
Yeah.
So that kind of fucks things up. Or if you're Alan Lichtman, it's all these stupid retards who were voting, not my fault. Well, isn't your job as an election predictor to be able to understand and predict what the retards are going to do?
Yeah, I mean, isn't the whole predicting the election kind of based on you being able to understand the electorate?
Right. So even if they are all fucking stupid, they're all fucking stupid. And
you should be the tard whisperer, my friend. You should be the one who can speak to us.
Exactly. Let's go to some of the listener feedback. Dive Bar says, LOL, hi, Anna, show more cleavage. Oh, guys, if she watches this, you don't want her to think that we're all a bunch of creeps.
She's a classy gal, goddammit.
Don't write things like Anna's got that choke me neck. Like, how is that going to help us? She finally decides to watch a Steel Toe clip because it's about the Young Turks. And here you are, guys making it fucking sexual. She's a beautiful girl. Treat her with respect. She's a beautiful woman. She would not like me calling her a girl.
It's third date after the lights are off that you can pull that bullshit. Wait, there's a time and a place.
So I will not take any more of this Anna Kasparian tawdry talk on this program. All right, guys, thank you very much for getting us really close. Remember, we can't, no begging until 9:55. So you know what to do. You know what to do, boys and girls. Jay Leno's having a fucking shitty last few years.
Yeah, dude, his wife got burned on his face. This man's been going through it.
His wife has what, dementia?
Yeah.
Alzheimer's or whatever? Yeah, and then
something.
Jay got
passage of time.
Yeah, Jay got in a car accident. He got in in 2022, he like his it was a steam fire, wasn't it? It was a steam engine.
Yeah, he got burned by steam. He was working on a car that was literally a steam engine. He got hit by steam.
Yeah. 2023 was in a motorcycle accident, broke multiple bones right after he recovered from that steam fire. And now, as we check on Jay, all of a sudden we go to Jay Leno today, guys, dressed like a fucking pirate, and he's got a bruising burns on half his face. Jay, what the fuck? Stay home, buddy. It's time to stop going out, pal.
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
Every time we turn around, we take our eye off Jay Leno for 1 second. We turn around, and he's fucking looking like Red Skull.
Maybe he's just still wearing his Halloween costume. He's an undead pirate, right? Undead pirate? Was that the Halloween?
Gar, I be Jay Leno, the car collector.
You hear this? You see this? Gar.
Yeah. Did you hear about this, Kevin? Did you see this? We're going to go to headlines. Yar, they say that you're safer in an airplane than you are in your own bathroom there. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? I don't know about that. I've never gotten out of bed and fallen 35,000 feet there. Yar. I've never turned on my shower and had a fireball incinerate me. Gar. Sorry, it's the only regular Jay Leno joke I know. And it's him as a pirate. Yar, Dave Letterman be a cunt he be. Yar, matey, NBC be standing for never believe contracts, gar. Gar, I be falling down and bruising me face like I pushed Johnny Carson out the door at the Tonight Show, yar. Yar. Yar, I be standing in broom closets, gar, to make sure so I can listen in on executive meetings so I can keep me job, yar. I bruised up me face, gar. I bruised up me face like I bruised up Conan O'Brien's career, yar. Half of my face is me getting the Tonight Show back, yar. The other half be Conan's reputation. Oh. All right, Pirate Jay, what the fuck happened? What did you do now? And do we have to take the keys away?
What on earth happened to Jay Leno? Oh, your poor face.
Look at my eye.
Oh, Jesus. I can't see nothing, Mick. I got it on my eye. Cut me, Mick. Yeah.
Hey, you think this looks bad? Wait. I hope you didn't eat anything liquid-based. It's about to return. Look at this.
Hey, my face look a little frightening to you. You should see the other guy. Yeah.
Hey, my face. You seen this? You heard about this? I can't see it. My eye's swollen shut.
Well, you got to stay away from crab meat, you got a seafood allergy.
Gosh, Jay Leno is all bruised up. The left side of his face is black and blue. His eye is swollen shut. And look at his injured wrist.
You got to stop base jumping. The fuck was he doing?
What the fuck did you do?
Well, the thing is, at that age, though, you also bruise like a pear.
Right. But, I mean, he's got damage to his finger and his wrist and a lot of damage to his face. I feel like this is a little bit more than, I don't know, I slipped.
Well, Mavis thought I was a grizzly bear, and she just started hitting me with a baseball bat.
I broke my wrist, lost the nail on the finger, and then I'm all black and blue.
The comedian says he fell down a 60-foot hill.
I said...
Why? What the fuck, Jay? Stay inside. Put together puzzles. That's what people your age do. Stop walking near 60-foot hills and then just whoops-a-daisying down it. He looks like Rowdy Roddy Piper at WrestleMania 6.
Well, the hill doesn't look that steep. Let me take it down! And then
You rolled down a hill?
Oh,
That's not true.
no, that's true.
Jay Leno says he was...
And every time he went up to roll down the hill, he kept landing on the same side.
Oh, no.
staying at a Hampton Inn about 30 miles outside of Pittsburgh on Saturday night when he wanted to have dinner at a local restaurant before his show.
How about the fact that Jay stays at a Hampton Inn? He doesn't go
Hey, man, there's a reason he has all his money.
Yeah, he doesn't go to like some top high-end like the Renaissance Hotel or anything like that. Like, well, you know, I'll go to a reasonably priced chain hotel.
I started telling jokes at strip clubs, you know? I mean, what am I going to do, be a guy?
He said that he famously said he never spent any of his Tonight Show money, that he lived on his stand-up money. And that's how he made it. Like endorsements, commercials, stand-up. That's what he spent. And his Tonight Show money, which I think at the end was like $15, $20 million a year, never touched it. And here's the bitch of it. He doesn't have any kids. So,
yeah, he does have kids, like 300 of them in an air-conditioned and temperature, humidity-controlled garage. And they get washed, cleaned, waxed, and taken care of better than any of our children will ever be taken care of.
It's true.
And if I could buy just one of Jay Leno's kids, I would be so happy.
I'm leaving all my money at Conan O'Brien, folks.
Instead of walking a mile and a half down the road, he decided to take a shortcut down the hill.
He didn't have to roll. All right. Well,
how hungry were you, Jay?
Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tuck and roll here and see how it works out. Ow, fuck. Oh, ow. Goddamn, this is painful.
Not a good idea.
Thanks, dickhead.
Captain Hindsight back at it again.
He shouldn't have rolled down that hill. Thank you, Captain Hindsight.
To be the steep incline he tumbled down.
Well, I hit a bunch of rocks. It was 60 feet.
Incredibly, the famous workaholic legend performed just 3 hours later.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. You know what I want to do? Hear a bunch of funny stories from somebody who just beat up Grandpa.
Guy like that, though, you know, you don't laugh at him. All he has to do is pull up that iPad. Wow, that's it. Reconsider the whole laughing thing. Look at this. Isn't this cute? Jay Leno fans still print out their tickets. Let me take this off the thing here. Look at that.
Aww.
Leno fans still print off their tickets. They don't know about mobile check-in. That's cute.
Well, you need to have something to sign.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, how about her tits? Hey, all my fans in the 60s and 70s, I'll still sign their bosoms.
So is the other white-haired guy the opener? I assume the closer is the Grim Reaper. So who's the...
Off to nurse his injuries. Last night...
Actually, I bring Conan O'Brien out on the road with me, and I interrupt him 15 minutes into his set.
And then I tell him to get lost.
Yeah, I take it from him.
He was back at it again, performing at a comedy show in Beverly Hills. This is just the latest mishap to afflict Leno in recent years. In November 2022, he was severely burned in a fire inside his garage.
I went to the Grossman Burn Center, and I got a new face. That's a brand new ear.
And he fucked it up. Burned off part of his face. They give him a new face, and what does he do? He starts, he starts fucking mosh pit jumping down hills. Dick. Thanks a lot.
Leno needed skin grafts, and there he is undergoing hyperbaric therapy at the world-renowned Grossman Burn Center in Los Angeles. Tomorrow night, he'll perform at Comedy for a Cause in Hermosa Beach to raise money for the Burn Foundation. His thank you for saving his life.
Will you be...
Dude, you have to have a roast for the Burn Foundation, right?
Yeah, dude.
That's what you have to do. The roast has to be for the Burn Foundation.
Able to see you again? It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it.
You have to have like a 4-alarm chili cook-off.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. Either it'll heal up or I'll die. Either way. At this age, who really gives a fuck? All right. Thank you very much to, let me make sure I don't give out any real names. Yeah, Scott. Thank you very much to Scott for $10. Scott with 10. Thank you, buddy. $2 from Dive Bar. He says, but it should have been blatantly obvious that the only way Kamala was going to win was if they cheated. If she was a beardless clam nothing burger, fuck Andrew. $5 from Vidam says, Jay Leno was way better than Letterman at late night TV. Who did you like better, Aaron and Johnny? What do you think?
I grew up liking Jay more, but as time has gone on,
Jay Moore wasn't one of the choices.
No. I liked Jay
You really
Leno.
liked his Christopher Walken impression. That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, nobody does Walken like Jay Moore. But no, I liked Jay Leno as growing up. I was a Tonight Show Leno fan. I didn't actually really watch Letterman, but as time has gone on, looking back on it, I think honestly, if you put the two next to each other, Letterman's more comedic, entertaining. Jay Leno's just topical, news Tonight Show stuff.
Yeah, Jay Leno was more successful ratings-wise than Letterman. But I think Letterman made more money because he owned the show.
Right.
So I think Letterman made... So it depends on what you consider the better one. Obviously, who's funnier is purely subjective. But yeah, I guess there's only two measurements, the money and the ratings. Jay won the ratings. I think Dave won the money. Bigot on Socialist Media says Letterman was always better. I enjoyed Letterman more. In fact, Letterman's a huge influence of mine. I ripped off a lot of my persona and my performance from David Letterman. I mean, 100%. He's one of my influences. So
I did not.
Yeah, I'm a Letterman guy. Rex Dart parody account with $1 says, sure, it looks bad, but don't blame Conan. Do you remember that?
What?
Oh, during that Jay Leno, Conan O'Brien thing. By the way, thank you guys for the $15. $60 away from today's goal.
Hot damn, thank you.
No begging these last couple hours because you guys have been keeping it right under. You guys have been doing it, so no begging today. $60 away. Go ahead and finish it off and make it a beg-free most of the show because we don't get to beg until 55 now. Unless we get, I would say if we get to 30 or under. No begging.
We just roll to the end.
Oh, there was such a funny clip. It's Letterman back when the Conan and Jay
Leno thing was going on.
Letterman was having a fucking blast, dude.
Of course he was.
He was having a great time with it.
Conan was expected to be like the person to inherit the throne from Leno, and he kind of fumbled. And first they brought Leno in before Conan to like kind of give him a softer landing. Then they pushed Conan back and put Leno in his old spot, and then they just kicked out Conan and gave Leno his show back.
Well, it was even more nefarious than that. So the story goes like this. Back in 2006 or so, Conan was doing, Jay was doing 10:30 Central. Conan was doing 11:30. Conan had taken over for Letterman back in 93 when Letterman left to do his show because Jay outmaneuvered him for the Tonight Show. So 2006 rolls around, and Conan starts entertaining offers from ABC and Fox to go do a 10:30 show there. NBC doesn't want to lose Conan. So they have to re-sign him, pay him a bunch of money, and Conan was arguably the hottest act in late night at the time. And they had to pay him a bunch of money and promise him the Tonight Show in 5 years.
Okay.
That's the deal they signed him to. Now, unfortunately, in that 5 years, Conan's ratings had gone down. Leno's ratings stayed strong. He was still number one. So NBC's like, fuck, what do we do? In 2011 or whenever it was, NBC did not want to give the Tonight Show to Conan O'Brien. They had to. They wanted to keep it with Jay. They wanted to stay number one. They wanted to beat Letterman. Kimmel was in the mix now. They didn't want to give the damn thing to Conan, but they had to. So they give it to Conan while Jay is still under contract. This was so fucked up by NBC. Jay is still, they didn't make the deals coincide to where Jay would have to leave. His contract would be up. He could go to Fox. He could go to ABC, whatever. And Conan's deal comes up and he gets the Tonight Show. Think of the gold we could have gotten, because competition breeds better programming.
Right.
Think of the shows we could have gotten if you had Letterman, Conan, Kimmel, and Leno going at each other. Would have been amazing. So Conan has to take the Tonight Show. It's in its contract. But Jay Leno goes, I still have a deal here. What's going on? So they go, well, Jay, let's try a 10 o'clock show. You'll do a half hour. 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock to the leading into the local news. You'll do a 1 hour primetime show. Primetime variety shows aren't really a thing anymore, but Jay Leno was under contract. They're paying him, so they gave him this primetime show.
Gave it a shot.
It sucked. Well, I shouldn't say it sucked. He just basically did his late night show in primetime. So you're going up against all these scripted shows, the Law and Order type shows, all of that shit. And it didn't do well. It bombed. And that was hurting Conan's ratings because he was the lead-in. So NBC was getting killed by CBS all of a sudden, and Letterman starts winning in the ratings. So NBC goes, well, we got to get Conan out of here. Jay, will you take the Tonight Show back? And Jay says, that sounds like a good idea. And then they come up with a couple ideas. Give Jay Leno 10:30 to 11:30 and let Conan do 11:30 again. Well, Conan's not going to do that. And then they said, well, why don't we have Jay do 10:30 to 11 and then Conan will do 11 to midnight? And that just sounds complicated and stupid and like it's not worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
So finally, NBC settles on, we're going to bring Jay back as the host of The Tonight Show. And Conan's like, well, what do you do with me? I have a contract. And they're like, we'll pay you $40 million to leave. And he said sold. So...
And then he went to TBS and became such a huge hit.
Oh, yeah, the TBS thing. I mean, he was one of the first late night guys to be big on YouTube, though. Like, his TBS clips would do really well. But, yeah, the TBS show itself, not the greatest. Plus, he then had to be the Jay Leno to George Lopez because he had to kick George Lopez out of his late night spot. Shitty. So then Leno comes back, and it turns out to be the right business move because he's number one until the day he hands it over to Fallon. Well, Letterman had a shitload of fun with this stuff, and he would go on these little rants. And the thing that someone wrote in, the "Don't Blame Conan" thing, was in regard
from one of these.
It's a line from Jay Leno when talking about getting the Tonight Show back. He told the audience, "Don't blame Conan," which is hilarious. Let's watch this. Letterman was at his best. This was the last shining moments of brilliance from David Letterman. Was this Leno stuff?
Up and I say I'm going to keep my mouth shut about this NBC Tonight Show thing because
I think this is one of my stolen Letterman lines. This is one of the ones I keep using for my 2024.
Honestly, folks, I don't have a dog in this fight. But here's the deal. I've known Jay Leno for, I don't know.
Oh, no, it's not in this one because In one of these clips, he goes, I was going to keep my mouth shut because Lord knows I got my own problems.
5 years, a long, long time. And we used to buddy around in the old days, and what we're seeing now is kind of vintage Jay. And it's enjoyable for me to see this. It's like, hey, there he is. There's the guy I know.
Dude, that's such a good feeling. And one of the consolation prizes of my 2024 is that the guy I've been telling everybody about just constantly shows himself, and people who were like, you're full of shit. No way. It's sour grapes, whatever. And then they keep seeing it and they go, oh shit, you were right. Like Letterman got that with Jay Leno. He's like, there's the Jay I know. I told you guys he was a rat fuck piece of shit. And like, you feel vindicated. It's a good feeling. So I get it.
And I just thought, well, I better keep my mouth shut because Lord knows I got my own problems.
Yeah, there it is.
I got my own problems. But I just can't help myself. And while it's true I don't specifically have a dog in this fight, I think that in some way I and Paul are responsible for the mess that's taking place over there now.
We're responsible.
Yes,
what do you
because of the big stink that we created when we left NBC
We left it big.
years and years ago. They said, okay, well that'll never happen again.
Right.
So
well, that's why Jay says he was going to retire 5 years ago just to avoid that.
That's right. They wanted to avoid another transitional brouhaha. Yeah. If I can invoke a little French.
Please do, anytime.
So last night, Jay gave his State of the Network speech.
He did.
And
State of the Network. State of the Network.
And I saw
State of the Network speech.
And he said that we should not blame Conan for what's going on.
Conan lost his job. Jay came in and took it from him. And then it goes, don't blame Conan. Fuck.
Don't blame Conan.
Don't blame Conan for what's going on. And I said to myself, no one is blaming Conan.
I was going to say, no one.
And he further elucidated that who we should actually blame are Conan's agents and managers. We should blame them because this is what they do. And then Jay pointed out that he himself has no agent or manager. So I'm begging you, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everyone involved, please don't blame Conan.
Don't blame Conan.
Please. Okay?
This part's great.
I know a lot of you people think that Conan pushed himself out of a job.
Well, don't blame him.
He's not that kind of guy. He would never do that to himself.
There's also a part in here at the end where Dave goes, Jay also let us know that Conan is a family guy. And that was it. That's all he said. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to keep playing it.
You're saying this is vintage Jay.
Please don't blame Conan. Okay, that's all I got tonight. All right, that's
vintage. Apparently, this is vintage Jay.
Jay also let us know last night that Conan is a family guy.
Apparently, yeah. Good. He said he was a good family man.
Guy. That's
Good
right.
family man.
That's right. I hope you're not planning on blaming Conan, are you?
Well, I wasn't.
I mean, in the thousands and thousands of words that have been printed about this mess, who has blamed Conan? No one.
I don't think so.
No one has blamed Conan.
Oh, shit. Thank you very much to Karmic X with $5. Says Leno admitted to Stern in the 90s that he was into BDSM. So every injury I hear about him is very sus. First SC, first super chat, fellow Minnesota dude. Wish you guys the best. Thank you, pal. Thank you, Karmic X. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, we're $60 away from today. I can't beg for another 4 minutes. So get
Unless
that.
somebody throws in like a good, unless we score like a good 20, $30, then we can't beg at all.
Yeah,
until
then we
get,
can't
like,
beg
through
it all
overtime.
till the very end of overtime. Yeah, so we got we're $60 away. If you want to throw in a few bucks, go ahead. I can't beg for 4 minutes. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories while we do. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Our friends at Stoney's with a great collection of evenings, whether it's $2 cans, as Meme Copium has very generously pointed out over and over again, whether it's live music on the weekends or you want to go somewhere to watch the Vikings or the Timberwolves or the Gophers this Saturday, Stoney's Bar is the place to be. Stoney's, pool, darts, live music, entertainment. Bring your friends. Have a few beverages. Have a pizza. Have one of their world-famous Bloody Marys. It's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Go see Midland Armory. Go see Derek and Tracy at Midland. And any questions you have about firearms or any questions you have about knives, optic, parts, and gear, or if you just want to make an order, do it at Midland. Midland Armory in downtown Foley or online at midlandarmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, car won't start, you get a flat, you lock your keys in your car, whatever can go wrong, All Care Towing can fix it, and they'll be there faster than anybody else. So in central Minnesota, know that it's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, I'm too young to know Letterman. Braggart. God.
You don't got the fucking internet where you live.
Yeah, you know.
Ain't nobody gone up there and told you could look into this.
Yeah. Vidam with $5 says, how do you think Jay Leno and David Letterman would have handled COVID-19? Probably a little more, a little calmer than the
a little
rest
less
of them
politically charged. I'll say this: I doubt we would have seen any dancing vaccines.
No, and Leno was the believer in being the distraction, and Letterman to an extent too. So I don't think they would have been as fucking gay about it as everybody else was. All right, $55 away from today. All right, we got 1 minute and 15 seconds until I can beg again. So here's what we've got coming up for overtime. We can do we got a little Bill Maher that we can go over. We got the Laken Riley trial, the girl who was killed by an illegal.
Oh, yeah. That's been getting interesting.
Certainly has. Linda McMahon is going to be the new Secretary of Education, but I thought they were getting, well, anyway.
Well, actually, I think one of the first interviews, I didn't read it, but I heard one of the big questions for is, like, how do you feel about being the secretary of the department they're
getting rid of? Yeah. Spirit Airlines, we know more a little bit more about their bankruptcy, and we got a little bit of Trump. Oh yeah, Trump giving Dr. Oz a job. All of that and much more coming up in overtime if we get under $50 and we knock out today's goal. I'm gonna sit here. I got 20 seconds. I can't beg, so I'm gonna sit. I'm gonna obey the rules. I'm gonna sit here. I'm going to say wonderful show. You guys have been fantastic. It's been a good one today. Dare I say a great one. And thank you very much for your support. Now, we're looking to knock out the final $50. All right, let's do it. $55 away from today's goal. Put 5 minutes on the clock, and let's see if we can all rally up and knock out the rest of this thing. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, YouTube Super Chats, gifted memberships. Only $55 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very much. Click one of those links. Throw in $5 or $10 or $2. I think once we get down to 20, I think we should do it like $1 and $2 at a time. I think that would be fun. Let's go ahead and throw that money in and see if we can bang it out. Thank you guys very much for your support, both past, present, and future. Someone texting in, imagine this. How would have Carlin handled the 2024 election? Carlin was kind of a nihilist. Carlin was kind of just black-pilled on everybody. So I think...
Yeah, in fact, he was saying if you voted in the election, you participated in the process, you don't get to choose, whereas I didn't vote, so I could complain about these people all day long. I didn't pick any of these fuckers.
Right, that was always Carlin's thing, so I don't...
He'd be on my side, bitches. Ha ha.
Right. Carlin would have backed up Johnny, and then Johnny, if Carlin was still alive, Johnny would have finished the show yesterday. That's the deal. All right, guys, $55 away. We got 3.5 minutes to go. Let's see if we can knock out that last $55 and do some overtime. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. And let's hammer out the last little chunk. You guys have done an amazing job today. You've kept the begging at bay, which I love. I appreciate that so much. Now, we just ask for that last little push to rally us up, to either get us under 50 so we can shut the fuck up a little longer and do your overtime for you, or knock out the whole 55 and call it another win for the toe and call it for the day. Let's see what we've got here. We got $5 from Ryan the Garbage Man. He says Letterman and Norm Macdonald together were priceless. They were very good. All right, $50 away from today. We're an even 50 away from today's goal, and we've got 2.5 minutes left to go, and we're right on that borderline there. Thank you, Ryan the Garbage Man, for kicking off the final rally of the day. Even 50 away, 5 and 10 at a time. We'll knock it out in no time. Thank you guys very much. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. All the links are in the chat. Helgi says, I'll give you a push. Off Jay Leno's cliff. Hey, wait a minute. That's not very kind. Keep her going, boys and girls. 2-minute warning, $50 away. Throw us a couple of dollars and let's nail this thing. Whew. Just kind of waiting.
Honestly, I'll admit I didn't see it going this way at the end there. I thought we were cruising.
I've been a little arrogant. I think honestly, I was like, dude, $50, that's fucking nothing for this audience. So I was just kind of
like, we're going to fucking nail that. I thought we were just going to move through.
I was waiting patiently. MSO says everything after the goal goes to Johnny. No, that was the deal yesterday, and you guys told him to go fuck himself.
Which is fair. I didn't vote.
He didn't. He did not vote. All right, guys, we got 1.5 minutes. We're $50 away. We've at least got to get $5 so we can get under 50 to do the last overtime on credit. Holy shit. Were we $60 away to start the rally? Or were we 50? We were 55 away to start the rally. Oh, my God. $50 away. 1 minute left. This is really, holy shit, dude. Nothing. Streamlabs, Venmo, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Dig Bix with $5. Holy fuck. He goes, hey, bruv, do yins accept fake donos? Here's one just in case. Oh, my God. Thank you. At least you kept us alive for another half hour. Holy shit. But, guys, $45 away. That 5 goes a long way. Let's knock out the rest of it. Everybody reach in, grab a $5. Let's call it another win for the toe. 30 seconds left, 30 seconds on the clock to knock this out. $1 from Coltrane.
Thank you, Coltrane.
A gifted membership from Vance. Thank you very much. That puts us $40 away from today's goal. 20 seconds left to go. All right, $40 away. We got 10 seconds of begging left, and then we got an extra half hour to try and knock it out. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. $40 away from today. That's so it's a catch-22. No begging today.
Right.
But now we got to beg you during overtime to get that last 40 knocked out. All right, this is what we're going to do. 40, we're going to try and knock it out with small donations the rest of the way. All right? So we're going to go with the literal take. $40, $4.99 from Trucker 18-wheeler. That knocks $3.50 off of the goal. That means we are $36.50 away from today. Vidam with $5. That's on Rumble. We take 4 of that. So we're $32.50 away from today's goal. Again, I think we can knock that out with $5 and under. Crowder wears panties with $5. He just simply writes, "Cum farts." We take $4 out of that. $28.50 away from today's goal. This is what we're going to do. We're going to finally get this thing $5 and under, the last 40, 50 bucks. We're finally going to pull this off. Every time we do this, some asshole has to come in and ruin it.
We're not going to have that happen this time.
It's not going to happen.
Get it, just everybody with a little bit.
They've already got it down to $28.50. Again, $1 at a time, $5 at a time, everything under that to knock out that $28.50.
We need to get that Steel Toe merch store up because I just realized boxers that say cum farts on the back would be awesome.
Really, I'm excited for when Leighton Broadcasting talks to me again and says, hey, what have you guys been up to? We're trying to bring you in. And I go, hey, have you checked out our cum farts boxers? Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen our cum farts boxers yet, you don't really know what the hell we're up to.
We have shot glasses that just say jizz on them.
Sam,
completely impractical. You'd never drink jizz out of a shot glass. Am I right? But they're buying it up.
Sam Show says, what happened to the T-shirt contest you promised and didn't deliver? Nobody sent me one. I'm that much of a failure. Nobody sent us any shirts. As soon as we get a shirt contest going, we'll be able to.
What happened to the contest? There were no participants, asshole. What do you want me to do?
Dig Bix with $2 says, was going to buy a Baldo, but wait till next payday to get enough for my purchase. That's $140. So that puts us $27.10 away. Again, we're going to knock out this last $27.10 with nothing but small donos. $5 and under. You guys are finally going to do it. Finally going to do it. I promise. Fauci's Pangolin becoming a member for 30 months. Thank you very much. 30 months, man. Almost 3 years on this YouTube thing. All right. I'm excited to see where that 27-10 goes. I think we're going to hammer it out all with small donos. Nobody's going to be a dick and throw like 10 or 20 in. We're going to do it all little by little. Thank you guys for your contributions. Fucking shit.
What? Trucker 18-wheeler.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $19.99 says, fuck the small donations. All right, we take 14 out of that. You know what? Fuck that. We're still at $13.10. We can do the last $13.10 with small donos. Trucker 18-wheeler is not going to rain on our parade. We're going to get the last $13.10 in with 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. That's the rule.
That's the thing.
Trucker 18-wheeler is not going to fuck this up for us. Thank you, Fauci's Pangolin, for gifting a membership. See, we're right back on it. Perfect. That's $260. So that puts us at $10.50 left in today's goal. See, there you go. We're down to $10.50. We're going to do it small contributions at a time, except for Trucker 18-wheeler. He's feeling like an asshole. Prick. Did I say thank you for the $20? Thank you. Whoa, buddy. Thank you for the $20. All right, so this Lake and Riley trial got underway. A lot of people are going to be checking in on this thing. She's the girl, girl? Was she a teenager?
I believe woman, because she's a college person.
Okay. So Lake and Riley went for a jog one day. And, God damn it, Suffa Horse with $10 says, F your small donos. All right, well, we take 7 of that. So what does that do? $3.50 away. Fuck you guys. I'll still let them do the last $3.50 with small donos. You guys aren't going to fucking kill our vibe with that shit. They're totally starting to kill my vibe with that shit. By the way, Red Fox Mad becoming a member for 30 months as well. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. We're doing the last $3.50, $1 at a time.
Okay.
All right. It will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
As it is in Steel Toe.
I promise. Okay, off we go. So the Lake and Riley trial is starting. This is one of those weird deals where it's like, I guess they've got so much on the reason this became a big deal is because an illegal immigrant killed her.
Mm-hmm.
She was murdered by an illegal immigrant from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand, knowing more of the justice system than I cared to know about this year. These murder trials like this, is it just like the state doesn't offer you a deal? Or are you just like, well, if I'm going to go away for a long time for this murder, I might as well, throw up
Take
a
a swing at the fences? And
yeah,
not?
throw a Hail Mary in court, and maybe I just, maybe I get lucky. Maybe that's the case. The prosecution rested Tuesday, and the defense will resume calling witnesses today. The case could go to the judge for a decision later in the day. Oh, they're not doing a jury trial.
Yeah, I think actually he didn't want to do a jury trial.
Oh, he requested a bench trial.
I think so.
Fucking ballsy, man. Absolutely. We got Red Fox Mad with $1.99. Says test donating test. That's $1.30 off the goal. That puts us at $2.20 away. Adam Simon with $1. That's 70 cents. Hey, we're only $1.50 away. Motherfucker.
What?
Thank you, Adam Simon, for the $1.
Thank you.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $4.99. He says, not if I have a say. Buffalo.
That's 5 and under.
But I know, but I said the last 10 was going to be ones and twos.
Yeah, that's right. The ones.
Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, here you go. Great. All right. Well,
Thank
that's
you, everybody. You're into tonight. Yay.
$5 into tonight. Anything you guys throw in goes into tonight. One of these fucking days we're going to do it. What should be the number I set it at? 30? I think to go from 30 with small donations.
That sounds doable. We have an audience large enough to make that happen. I'd say, set it at 30 and see what happens.
Ryan the Garbage Man with 59 cents says trucker 18-wheeler is a gay F word. Well, him and Buffalo Jockey already got us. So what do you do? Dig Bix with $1 says, was going to buy my wife a Baldo, but I'll wait till next month. Told you the Army doesn't pay much. Thank you, Dig Bix. So we would have knocked out today's goal $1 or $2 at a time. It would have been done by now. Thanks. And they don't even do it at like 10 or 15. They wait until I get to like 2. It is a fun little mini game. That's what it was either Chad Buzamok or someone else was telling me. They go, these actually, you know what? You doing these little mini games for the goal is kind of fun. I'm like, all right, then we'll do mini games. How's that? For Laken Riley's mother, the anguish of I hate how CNN writes their stories. Like instead of just telling me the story, they got to go do all these sob pieces. The suspect, the undocumented migrant from Venezuela, has shown little emotion throughout the trial. Well, you're not supposed to. They tell you just look straight ahead. Don't give away any tells for the jury. Although it's the judge, so I guess in this case. Also, if you're a cold-blooded Venezuelan murderer.
Right.
Not showing a lot of emotion.
Certainly don't start drooling and whacking off when they show her picture. Like that might not go over well for you.
I'll be honest with you. Most murder trials, if they show the victim and you start jacking it, I don't know what the percentages are, but I have a feeling there's a high guilty rate when that kind of thing happens. Now, Riley's mother has openly wept numerous times, including when an officer testified about missed calls between Riley and her mother the morning Riley died. Oof. That's rough to be in there for that stuff. I could actually forgive a parent if they didn't want to go to the trial.
Yeah, because you're probably still very, very deep in stages of grief.
Yeah.
Let's go relive what happened.
It's not like your daughter's there.
Right.
By the way, Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, thank you, Johnny, for your service. I'll buy you a hamburger for you giving to your legs to keep sand cricket. Trucker 18-wheeler with $9.99 says, you'll never get it. All right. Now you guys are into tonight already. 5, 10, 15. So you're at 185 for tonight. Yeah, we'll give you an extra half hour too. Remember, if you guys knock out the next show's overtime, you get to steal or knock out their goal. You get to steal their overtime. So you guys are 185 away, and we got 20 minutes left in the show. Thank you. But as far as this, I do want to read some chats. God damn it. Vadam with $2 says, Aaron, how does it feel to have sex with a Baldo on? Is it hard to fit penis and testicles into the Baldo? I've never seen a Baldo. I've never used a Baldo. My dick works. Thank you very much. I don't need items for impotence. Thank you. I mean, If I have a couple of drinks on a Sunday and I know that I might be getting some, I'll pop a Blue Chew. Don't get me wrong. I don't want the booze to, affect anything. But I've taken, remember when you gave me that stuff?
Yeah.
And then I was like over it. I didn't need it because like whatever psychologically I was going through from like my last breakup, I was over it, and I'm like, I don't really need these. I took one recreationally. Dude, that is not like, it's like when I take a Blue Chew and I'm not drinking, you get these like painful boners. They hurt.
You almost want to hurt something.
I know. I do. I need to
it's
like
a rage boner. I call them rage boners for a reason.
I need to break bricks. Like I just need to. Really
Somebody
bad.
get me like one of those test your might things from Mortal Kombat. I'm using my dick.
It's one of those things where like if you take one of those things and you don't need them, there's a reason they tell you not to take them recreationally, and a lot of people do.
Yeah.
But like it's a bad move. Like if I'm not drinking or anything like that, it's like don't do it. Don't do it, brother. No fucking way. You need one of those when you drink. Oh man, my whole life, like even when I was in high school and stuff, if I got bombed, if I got plowed, it was a tricky situation.
Whiskey dick having motherfucker.
The old whiskey dick. Yeah. I mean, long as I can remember. So yeah, the cross-country runner, last seen alive jogging. So I'm guessing they're going to finish up. I can't imagine this guy's got a very high-profile attorney, unless, you know what, he might be taking the case pro bono to get some publicity. Although,
It'd be a very bad case to take.
Do you really want to be? Is that really going to be good publicity for you?
No. Because this case has gotten nothing but bad publicity, considering even President Clinton, like, kind of spoke ill of the whole, like, immigration thing because of the Lakeland Riley stuff. Like, it's one of those things where just everyone's like, yeah, dude, perfectly innocent lady, never harmed anybody. I think she got, like, assaulted and killed by this guy. And
yeah.
That
was kind of the big rallying cry. Before there was Springfield, Ohio, there was Lake and Riley, And I think it does matter. Like some people go like, oh, it doesn't matter if it's an illegal or someone else who kills someone. I think it does matter because it's like they didn't have a right to be here. Right. They weren't legally allowed to be here. So, whenever they wrap this case up, I'm assuming this guy's going to be found guilty and he's going to go away. We got a few quick hitters today. Comcast is going to spin off its cable channels, including MSNBC and CNBC, into separate companies. I'll be honest with you. I think what happened here was they tried to sell MSNBC because they were talking about, MSNBC being up for sale.
Right.
And I think what happened was nobody wanted it.
Because it's tainted at this point.
I think they tried to sell it first and nobody wanted it. So then they're like, well, we're going to break it off and form its own company. Because nobody, they wanted to get a couple of bucks for it and they couldn't. CNN is having the same problem. Like Disney might want to sell CNN. Like the crown jewel, the thing that created 24-hour news. The ratings are in the shitter. They want to fire people. And I think the reason they want to fire people is because they want to make it more attractive to a buyer. In fact, I don't think that Mika, Morning Joe, Trump Mar-a-Lago thing could have been more poorly timed because Comcast said they were trying to sell MSNBC, and then Joe and Mika,
you guys tanked your fucking ratings by pissing off the few fans you have.
Right. That's just it. It's like right-wingers aren't going to all of a sudden start listening to MSNBC. They're not going to start watching you. So you've taken
and
whatever.
Left-wingers are going to be like, you bent the knee and you went and saw Hitler and enjoyed his crab cakes, you fucking Fruit Loops. I don't know. I don't know how liberals yell.
Hitler was a vegetarian. He would have never had
crab cakes? Oh.
No, I don't think Hitler was. Wait a minute. He was an animal lover. You know what? Listen. I don't want to spread untrue rumors about Adolf Hitler. All right? I don't want to make any actionable statements about Hitler. I want to make sure that I've got this right. Was Hitler a
Jew?
He actually was. I think he was like 12% Jewish.
Really?
Oh, yeah. One of his grandparents was a Jew.
He rounded them up first just to show everyone else he meant business.
Near the end of his life, Hitler followed a vegetarian diet. It's not clear when or why he adopted it, probably because of some bitch, some sniz. Since some accounts of his dietary habits prior to the Second World War indicate that he consumed meat as late as 1937. Well, I tell you what, if they hadn't burned his body, whether it was before he died or posthumously, he was going to be consuming some Russian meat once they found him. Do you think they would have fucked Hitler in the ass?
Oh, yeah.
You think so? If they found Hitler alive, would they beat him to death, or do you think they'd sodomize him?
Oh, they'd definitely sodomize him.
With
They'd
dicks?
sodomize him in front of Ava Braun, and then I don't even want to say what I think they might do to her.
Oh, they'd R-word her to death.
Yeah.
For sure. They did that. Like, the Russians were R-wording people to death in Germany, literally till they died. They said like 25% of Russian babies born the next year were R-word babies
German
from
babies.
Russian soldiers. Yeah. Every single one of the men served in the U.S. military too, including wars. Yeah, I think they would. Yeah, they probably would have fucked Hitler in the butt. Would they have?
They would have Gaddafi'd him with their dicks.
Yeah, exactly. Would they have killed him, or would they have been disciplined enough to hold him?
I think they would have killed him.
Think so? Couldn't keep him and bring him to justice. $5 from 191 Redbird says they show her vitals from her smartwatch over the 19-minute fight before they cut off as he crushed her skull. It's sickening. Yeah. Dude, we're getting a peek into these Venezuelans that we let into the country. It's bad.
And it turns out they're guys, I want to give you some cold hard facts. They are not sending their best. These are criminals. They are.
Yeah, this one Venezuelan in the Lake and Riley case kind of proved Trump's point, didn't he?
And the thing is, it's not just this one case. We have case after case of like illegal immigrants driving vehicles that they shouldn't be and getting into accidents and causing injuries and deaths that way. It's a whole bunch of things where you can be like, well, it wasn't intentional, or it doesn't matter. They shouldn't have been here in the first place. This event doesn't happen if they're not here.
Yeah. Spirit Airlines, we talked about them going bankrupt.
Apparently, they were filing Chapter 11.
Yeah, apparently since 2019, they've lost $2 billion. Imagine
It's
that.
all that endless shrimp. Oh, wait, shit. Sorry, wrong business.
I was going to say, imagine that, charging $50 a ticket. You're not really able to make up your overhead. The airline, which last reported an annual profit in 2019, so COVID fucked Spirit and they never bounced back, has had trouble finding its footing after a federal judge blocked the planned merger with JetBlue Airways in January. Didn't they also try to merge with Frontier?
I don't know.
Spirit has also struggled to capitalize on the recovery from the pandemic because of intense competition, engine problems, and other factors. I'll be honest, I can't say that I would be upset if Spirit Airlines went away.
I mean,
well, wait a minute. The people
then
that
they
fly
have to fly with the rest of us.
Oh, you know what? Good point. Whatever
Look,
airline.
I don't like Spirit Airlines, but I like the idea of just a let's call it a dumpster bus for humanity's dregs to fly.
You know what? I think you're right. That's a great point. I never thought of that. Yeah, if Spirit Airlines goes under, then the people who fly Spirit are going to have to fly somewhere. So whatever airline you fly on, you're going to have to take a step up from there. Like if you usually fly Southwest or Frontier, you're going to have to go up to American. And if you fly American, you're going to have to go up to Delta. And if you go Delta, you're going to have to go United. Is United?
If you're in United, you're just going to have to go private.
I was going to say, is United the tops or is Delta considered the tops?
Fuck if I know. I have never flown.
Most expensive American airline. These are the most affordable and most expensive U.S. airlines. Here we go. This will be a good one. We're going to learn something today. The ranking is courtesy of a new study from airline compensation company Air Advisor, shared with Travel and Leisure, which looked at local passenger revenue per seat mile for the top 10 airlines in the U.S. The ranking comes as both Spirit and Frontier eliminated most change in cancellation fees. Where's the fucking results? Okay, Frontier Airlines was the cheapest.
Okay.
Followed by Spirit Airlines was the second cheapest. Next on the list was Hawaiian Airlines. I didn't even know they existed. They were the third cheapest. Allegiant was the fourth cheapest. Middle of the road was JetBlue. They were number 5. On the other end of the spectrum, Delta was the most expensive.
Okay.
So Delta's number 1. Delta was followed by Southwest. Where's the last two then? Oh, I guess United and American, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought Southwest was one of the cheaper ones. Well, fuck me, I was wrong. So Delta.
Last time I sprang for a plane ticket was Delta then.
All right. Well, Delta, if you're looking for the hottest ticket, I will say Delta is my favorite airline. I don't mind the regional carriers. Like Sun Country does a good job. I have no problem with Sun Country. They're cheap. They're, it's just a flight. That's all it is. But, yeah, Delta's probably my favorite. I've never flown United. I've never flown American. I have flown, what was the number 5 one? JetBlue. I have flown JetBlue. I flew JetBlue to New York and I think Chicago one time.
I paid for someone's plane tickets on a Delta flight, and that's it. That's my entire airline experience.
Oh, somebody gave him the fancy pants plane. Nice.
I didn't. I just was booking it by the flight. I wasn't really paying attention to the carrier.
Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, I thought they did merge with Frontier. I know. That's what I thought, too. Trucker 18-wheeler with another 499 says, what do you mean they'll have to fly with the rest of us? You mean blacks?
No, like I said, I wasn't putting it to a general. I was putting it the dregs of society. White trash. Trash comes in all colors, shapes, and sizes.
Okay, thank you, Johnny, for that wonderful answer. If I could answer Trucker 18-wheeler's question, I would say yes. What? The man asked me a question I felt compelled to answer. The answer,
Jesus, man, there's some things you just don't ask.
The answer to his question was, if I may say so myself, yes, sirree, Bob.
Well, did they come?
Christ, Gil, there's some questions you just don't ask. I tried to watch Chasing Amy the other day. I fell asleep. Not Mallrats. Let's go. I want to end on, Trump picking Dr. Oz.
For what?
I finally found a Trump pick that I think sucks and that I think is stupid.
Yeah, good. Glad we agree on that one.
Dr. Mehmet Oz has been. Do you remember what Dr. Oz is most famous for recently? What his most recent accomplishment was?
Losing an election?
To who?
To Stroke Man Fetterman.
Yes. Dr. Oz is the guy who lost to Fetterman, the guy in hoodies and gym shorts who was still recovering from a stroke. Now, it's funny. We've noticed as Fetterman's recovered from his stroke and gotten more of his brain function back, he's been more Republican.
He's become more of a conservative.
Yeah, like he becomes conservative the better his brain gets. It's fucking wild. Dr. Mehmet Oz has been selected to serve as the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Well, I'm going to be dead soon. Bye, guys.
Jesus. And also, I was 37 years old when I learned that there was an administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Did not know that government position existed. The agency is within the Department of Health and Human Services. The position does require Senate confirmation. Trump indicated that Dr. Oz will work closely with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to take on chronic diseases.
Yep, like I said, bye, guys.
Well,
they're aiming at me now.
It was fun while it lasted. They actually brought Kevorkian back from the dead. He's going to be in charge of MS research.
Oh, great.
Yeah. They're actually
got it made.
They're bringing a guy down from Canada, the MAID program, to run things. Dr. Oz, a former heart surgeon turned TV talk show host, unsuccessfully ran for the Senate in 2022, losing to Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who literally during their campaign could not talk. I don't mean like he had a gag order or anything else. Like he couldn't hear a question.
He's incapable of speech.
Right. He couldn't formulate answers to questions because of how brain damaged he was from the stroke. Let's make that very clear. Also, news today, Donald Trump has said he's standing by Matt Gaetz. He is not reconsidering the nomination as the Attorney General. Yep. He says, he's standing by my man. That's what Dandy Don says. He's sticking it out with Matt Gaetz, which, I mean, could prove very awesome, or it could, I mean, Trump could really be fucking himself over on this one.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah. Digger says, I was going to use Gorilla Air next time. They're put together using Gorilla Milk, stickiest glue around. Well, Johnny, you supply that.
No.
It's Gorilla Cum, right?
That's not true at all.
Atomic Ray says, who is the shadow government? Oh, remember the Democrats they want to have their shadow government?
Right.
Atomic Ray says, who's the shadow government person? Dr. Phil? Dig Bick says, the debate between Oz and Fetterman was hilarious. Yeah, like Fetterman could barely speak, and he still didn't lose by much to Dr. Oz.
But the thing is, everyone knew Oz was just kind of there to take the job. So it's just, I think they were calling him a carpetbagger is the term.
Yeah. Here's the clips. Fetterman Oz debate in 3 minutes.
Everyone who is watching tonight, to share your thoughts on social media, remember to use the
This quiet video. Sorry, guys.
I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running to use Pennsylvania. And let's also talk about the elephant in the room. I had a stroke. He's never let me forget that. And I might miss some words during this debate, mush 2 words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up.
I'm running for the U.S. Senate because Washington keeps getting it wrong with extreme positions. John Fetterman takes everything to an extreme, and those extreme positions hurt us all.
But he doesn't. That's the problem. Like Dr. Oz spoke in these generalities.
Right.
And he was like, I'm Mr. Middle of the Road. It's like nothing is less inspiring than Mr. Middle of the Road.
And by the way, you can't paint your guy as someone who takes things to an extreme when he's like, look, I know I don't get my words so well, and I'm kind of dumb in the head right now.
I know I'm a dipshit, but I'm going to try my best. And the other guy's like, this guy's That's the thing. Like when the other guy goes, I had a stroke, and I'm trying really hard to talk, and thank you guys for being patient. And your opponent goes, this fucking asshole over here. Like it does kind of create sympathy for the other guy. This extreme piece of shit. And he's like, sorry, I would respond to him, but I mushed some words together. I had a stroke. I'm trying really hard, you guys. Like, oh.
And you're poop.
And that was Dr. Oz.
Oh, shit.
What we have to do is ensure that we don't have increased inflation, and the best way to do that is reduce gas prices. John Fetterman has gone after the energy industry, called it a stain on Pennsylvania.
He has never met an air.
Pennsylvania? Was that a slip?
Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on. Who had the stroke? John Fetterman or you, buddy?
That's what I mean. Like Fetterman could barely talk, and he didn't lose this debate by much.
An oil company that he doesn't swipe right about.
There should not be involvement from the federal government in how states decide their abortion decisions. I want women, doctors, local political leaders, letting the democracy that's always allowed our nation to thrive.
If you believe that the choice of your reproductive freedom belongs with Dr. Oz, then you have a choice. But if you believe that the choice for abortion belongs between you and your doctor, that's what I fight for.
Will you?
All right, this is the Washington Post, so they're not going to like post like him. Wasn't this the debate where he said good night in like his opening statement or whatever? Yeah. All right, man, we are done for today. We got the evening show coming at 7 o'clock. Johnny, you going to be on it too?
Yes, sir.
Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. Go check it out at 2 p.m. Central Time today. We will be back at 7 o'clock. You guys are already like $20 into tonight's goal, so thank you very much for that. It's the final evening show of the week. Johnny, thanks for an awesome show. Thanks for bouncing back for us.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
And we will see the rest of you later this afternoon if you're Johnny and tonight if you're me. Bye, everybody.